Watching it without any ads was awesome. Watching it without any ads was awesome. Just as the old man from the Purple Moon Imperial Land was about to break open the profound Bing, he was stopped by Feng Quan. Can I do it myself? Feng Quan was a ranker from Heaven Realm. It would be easy for him to break this profound Bing. He felt that the probability of him dropping a treasure like this was higher. To him, breaking through profound Bing consumed a lot of energy. Every time he broke a piece of the profound Bing, it would seem as if he had aged a few years. A white glow suddenly seeped out of Feng Quan's fingertip and entered the black tiger profound Bing. The profound Bing was stimulated by the immense power from the outside and immediately turned into a pile of ice crystals. Feng Quan immediately rummaged through the pile of ice crystal particles with his eyes wide open, looking extremely anxious. But no matter how much they rummaged, they couldn't find anything inside. This made him secretly curse in his heart, and an indescribable rage arose in his heart. He deeply felt that he had been deceived. The Purple Moon Imperial Land had obtained such a peculiar group of profound Bing, let out an angry snort, and returned to the private box. Giving Purple Moon Imperial Land so many spar for free, no one would be happy about it, but Purple Moon Imperial Land had also taken a huge risk. He earned another 140 billion spar, which made the higher-ups in Purple Moon Imperial Land feel a lot more comfortable. The auctioneer said that there were a total of 15 unique profound Bing. The profound Bing that were brought up next all had different shapes and colors, and compared to the profound Bing from Golden Yang Building, they were all extremely special because it was very hard to understand why these profound Bing that did not have anything in them could be so beautiful. For example, the White Lotus profound Bing from before. In the next few auctions of the profound Bing, Qinxiang only partook. 1. P ate it a few times. He released the fog, causing people to think that he stumbled upon it by chance, but he did not partake. 1. P ate any more because he did not even manage to see what was inside the profound Bing. Very quickly it was the last piece. The profound Bing S from before were all bought, but their prices were all very low, with the highest price being 500 billion and no treasures appeared at all. As long as the number of distinguished guests in the box exceeded 300 billion, they would not increase their bids. He had already auctioned 14 profound Bing S, but aside from one that had sold Skystone, the other profound Bing S had nothing. Moreover, there were many strange profound Bing S that looked very beautiful, but they were still empty inside, and everyone understood now, the more beautiful the profound Bing, the less treasures would be inside, because the profound Bing that had produced Sky Stone and Sky Profound Stone previously did not look very pretty. Finally, they reached the last piece. However, everyone's mood was very low. It seemed that it wasn't going to be easy to sell. What was brought up was a very huge profound Bing. It was as big as a bed, elliptical in shape and pitch black in color. However, there were many dots of light on the surface, which made people feel like it was a star chart, because those dots of light on top of the profound Bing wanted to see what was formed in the night sky. This piece of profound Bing was actually like a star map. It was extremely magical, causing many people's hearts to palpitate. Although this piece of profound Bing looked very good, but when everyone thought about the beautiful profound Bing S from before, they all gave up on thinking about it. It seemed not bad, but there was a high possibility that there were no treasures inside. The starting price is 500 billion spar, the host shouted. Since the starting price was already so high, many people had to give up, and if they had to fight over it, they might even reach the top price of 1 trillion. There were more than 10 examples in the past, and many people had already become very rational, not losing their ability to think just because of their appearance. Senior, seize him! Qin Xiang looked inside the Chaos Divine Eye and saw that there was something strange going on. He hurriedly sent a sound transmission to the White Tiger. The White Tiger immediately raised the bid, 1 billion. Before, because 2 giants had lost over 1 trillion spar, later on there were only a few 100 million or so spar. But now the starting price was too high, so it had exceeded the limit of many people. This is my last chance. The profound being looked like a small starry sky. If it suddenly became pitch black here, no one would be able to tell if the stars on the profound being are real or fake. The host said as he thought the price was too low. So what? Don't tell me there really is a treasure inside? You can be certain, don't fool people. You guys sold so many profound being and only one treasure came out. Looks like it won't work. If it doesn't look good, I think I'll think about it. Now, many people were certain that they would not be buying beautiful, profound being. The previous example told them that beautiful, profound being did not contain any treasures. I can buy quite a few ordinary profound being with 500 million. It's just a test of luck anyway, so I might as well use those profound being. Now, it seems that these strange profound being are no different from those ordinary profound being. Everyone agreed with this statement. Many of them had heard that there was a trend to sell profound being at the profound, cold ancient realm. But because many people could not get anything from the profound being, they did not plan to sell it themselves. Deal! The host sighed in his heart and shouted. He was a little excited in his heart because he knew that there must be something inside. Although he was strong, to be able to experience this kind of joy in the ordinary world made him feel that it was very meaningful, especially when he was together with Chun Xiang, the great swindler. There were also quite a few spar on the white tiger's body. After he finished delivering them, he hurriedly said, "Don't get rid of them yet. I want to take a look so that I won't be able to see such a magical thing again." The white tiger was speaking the truth. He caressed the star-like dots of light above the profound being, and when he got closer, he could see that other than the glare of the multicolored light, there was nothing else special about it. Everyone felt that the Purple Moon Imperial Land must have gotten a lot of these strange profound being, but they could not get any good stuff from them, so they took them out to sell. Thinking of this, those people that bought the profound being before felt very unhappy. "And we can shatter it now," Baihu said as he took a step back. He didn't want to show off his strength, so he let the old man from Purple Moon Imperial Land do it. The old man took a deep breath and gathered all the strength in his body into his fingertip, causing a strong flame to gather on the tip of his finger. His fingertip lightly tapped on the huge black profound being and coincidentally tapped on a light blue-colored light that was emitting from it. The entire profound being also crumbled in an instant, turning into a large piece of debris. Suddenly, with a hua sound, the ice shards were blown away by force. He saw 3 black beads emitting waves of terrifying black air. This piece of profound being actually produced a treasure. Watching it without any ads was awesome. Watching it without any ads was awesome. The moment the 3 black beads appeared in the profound being, the entire place was shaken, and their hearts were filled with rage, because this kind of dog-s, H-I plus T luck was never given to them. Previously, they had been fighting with all their might, but in the end, there were no treasures in the profound being, and there were always treasures that no one fought for. The white tiger's expression changed slightly because the power emitted by the 3 black pearls was too terrifying. It could actually shoot out a black glow that caused the entire hall to become dark. He extended his hand and grabbed, holding the 3 beads tightly in his palm, and then took a deep breath. Because he already knew what the 3 beads were, he never thought that such a treasure would appear inside the profound being. "It's the Rule Spiritual Bead," an expert from the Heaven Realm shouted. All of these rankers came from the Heaven Realm and were all at the same level as Feng Quan and Ling Feng. Looking at their ferocious looks, they probably wanted to S-N-A-T-C H the black pearl from the white tiger's hands. Chun Xiang sneered in his heart. "You reckless fool." Ling Feng from the Purple Moon Imperial Land also appeared. The old lady's face was gloomy and cold. She leaned on her walking stick as she looked at the white tiger. "Brother, this thing is useless to you, but it has a great meaning to us. Can we part with it?" "How do you know it's useless to me?" He had never wanted to provoke the experts of these big powers, so he could now understand why Chun Xiang would always go against these big powers. It was because Chun Xiang had a lot of good things in his hands, and these big powers would always find some kind of magnificent excuse to and them away extremely shameless. Everyone, are you trying to steal something from my Purple Moon Imperial Land? Ling Feng looked at the rancors surrounding the white tiger. These rancors from the Heaven Realm were all big shots from the ancient powers, and these ancient powers were also traitors from the past. However, their overall strength was not as strong as those in the Shun domain or those in the Tong Tian aristocratic family. A middle-aged man looked coldly at the white tiger, not replying to Ling Feng. In the eyes of these experts, they were unrivaled existences in this world, and this Rule spiritual bead was something that was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of years. They could not let it go. If they could get one, they could use the power of the ancient code. This was the first time Qin Xiang had heard of this Rule spiritual bead. Rule spiritual bead and philosophic stone are similar things. Rule spiritual bead are beads naturally formed from a type of power of law. The person who obtains these Rule spiritual bead can step into the realm of using the power of law. There are many types of law energies. For example, the SPAC law and the time law are both powerful law energies, so everyone is relatively familiar with them. There are many types of law energies between heaven and earth. I wonder what kind of law these 3 Rule spiritual bead are. Bai said, I bought this with more than 500 billion spars. Whether I can eat it or not is my problem. The white tiger was surrounded by so many experts and was still very calm. I can give you 5 trillion spars, Ling Feng said. Many people did not know about the affairs of the Rule spiritual bead, but seeing the great battle between these strong warriors, they knew that the 3 pearls were very precious, able to make the strong warriors and he them away without fear of their own honor. Many people secretly wondered if they would be able to obtain these 3 pearls if they could. The white tiger wanted to store the Rule spiritual bead in the storage magic treasure, but it did not succeed. This was very normal. After all, this was a profound orb condensed from the power of the ancient code and could guide living beings in using the power of the ancient code. That's not up to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk out of the door today. Ling Feng's old face turned cold and said sinisterly. Li Baojun wasn't sure about the white tiger's strength, so he asked Qin Xiang if he could help. But Qin Xiang replied very calmly, No need. I was thinking about how many of those guys up there can still live. The white tiger was known as the D of slaughter, so he had nothing to be afraid of. I'll ask you one more time, are you selling or not? Ling Feng glared at the white tiger and said loudly. At the same time, a few purple-robed elders suddenly appeared, all of them extremely powerful. The 3 Rule spiritual bead in the white tiger's hands were trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to catch these 3 Rule spiritual bead which was also why many experts were wary of his strength. How strong were the laws? The condensed pearls were definitely not weak. The white tiger looked at the dozen or so people surrounding him and coldly said, I'm not selling it. If you make a move on me, you will all die. Humph! A purple-robed elder disdainfully snorted as he thrusted his sword at the white tiger. Die! The white tiger ferociously glared at the purple-robed elder. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a terrifying killing intent, causing many people to go limp and speechless from fright. After the purple-robed elder was glanced at by the white tiger, his entire body turned into black smoke, and the killing intent that erupted from the white tiger's body scattered throughout the hall. You've angered me, the white tiger bellowed. That terrifying roar made everyone think that they were going to be killed, and the entire auction house also disappeared in an instant. Many of the experts in the boxes floated in the air, their faces filled with fear. These people who thought that they were invincible in the world were like frightened cats, trembling from head to toe. Ling Feng was shocked. She had originally wanted to take action, but at this moment, she was already too weak to retaliate due to the powerful aura of the white tiger. Everyone, join hands and control him, or else we will all die, Ling Feng shouted. He strove to use all the strength in his body and swung his crutches towards the white tiger. The experts of the other heaven realm also circulated the energy in their bodies and struck towards the white tiger. In that instant, all kinds of light rays enveloped the white tiger, and the dozen experts attacked at the same time, causing the entire Heaven Thunder City to tremble violently. "All of you must die," the white tiger said coldly. Its body trembled, dispersing all the energy that was attacking him. Then it threw out a palm towards Ling Fong, and with just a light palm in midair, it turned Ling Fong and the powerful cane into black smoke. The Ling Fong, who was strong, was actually scared out of his wits by a single palm from someone else. This person's power was so strong that it caused people to be afraid of him. The white tiger's eyes swept across the 10 over people attacking it, shooting out beams of murderous light. Those experts all turned into black smoke and disappeared. With just their eyes, they could crush these experts to death like ants. "Who else wants to steal from me?" The white tiger's voice rang in the minds of the crowd, and many people were so frightened that they were paralyzed on the ground, while the experts that were floating in the air were drenched in cold sweat, their faces full of fear. They didn't doubt that the person in front of them only needed a moment to turn them all into black smoke and disappear from this world forever. The white tiger waved its sleeve and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few moves, those experts who thought themselves to be unrivaled in the world turned into a cloud of black smoke. Looking at the ruined auction house, everyone could not help but SHI plus ver, especially the floating black smoke. It was the only thing that remained behind after the death of the famous Heaven Realm warriors. After a few moves, those experts who thought themselves to be unrivaled in the world turned into a cloud of black smoke. Looking at the ruined auction house, everyone could not help but SHI plus ver, especially the floating black smoke. It was the only thing that remained behind after the death of the famous Heaven Realm warriors. Who was that person? Everyone had this question, and only the Demon Empress, LV Qinlian, knew that person was the person she met before in the Golden Yang building. People with this kind of strength were rarely seen even in the Heaven Realm. "It's the Emperor's Qi!" of the Feng clan had a solemn look on his face. That's right. Legend has it that only the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord who had mastered Heaven-Earth killing method would have such a terrifying power. Who exactly is this person? Could it be Chen Xiang? An old man mumbled. "It's definitely not him. If it really was Chen Xiang, your Feng clan would have been annihilated long ago." The Gold Sun Saint Realm leader said. When everyone left in shock and fear, Chen Xiang and Li Baojun returned to their residences. The white tiger also returned, and he even used his power to confine the power of the 3 rules spiritual beat-us so that they wouldn't leak out. Li Baojun had long known that the white tiger was very strong, but he never thought that it would be strong to such an extent. Now he finally understood why Chen Xiang fearlessly came to the 3 realms talk to Partik. 1. P8 and why the things that the white tiger often talked about were so long ago. "Senior, you were so beautiful just now." Chen Xiang laughed. "These guys are really too excessive. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to attack them and waste my strength." The white tiger spread out its palm and said, "These 3 rule spiritual bead are very valuable, and many people don't know how to use them." 1 for each person. Chen Xiang said, "That's not a problem, but we don't know what the rules are for these rule spiritual bead. If they're not suitable for us, then it might be a waste, or it might affect us." The white tiger said very seriously. A golden light shot out from between Chen Xiang's brows and opened his chaos divine eye, wanting to pry into these rules spiritual bead, but he suffered from a strong mental counterattack, causing his head to sink. He was in extreme pain and almost fell to the ground. "Can you see anything?" The white tiger supported him and asked in a hurry. "Yes, this one is burning with a strong flame." Chen Xiang's face was pale white as he pointed to one of the rules spiritual bead. He never thought that the chaos divine eye would actually be so powerful, to be able to directly see through the rule spiritual bead and see the power of the ancient code inside. It should be the law of fire. Which one of you wants it? The white tiger looked at Chen Xiang and Li Baojun, since the two of them were refining pills. Although it was unknown what benefits the fire laws could bring, it could be imagined that it would be very useful. I already have a 5 elements heavenly fire. If leader needs it, then I will take it. Li Baojun did not care about the rule spiritual bead. If not for Chen Xiang, they would not even have seen its face. Give it to him. After your heaven fire evolved into a sky fire, it can be said to be the strongest flame. I might be able to comprehend the fire laws by then. Su Meiyao said that Chen Xiang had a lot of room to grow in terms of fire, although choosing the law of fire now would help him improve even faster. Chen Xiang possessing the law of fire was a matter of time. Chun Xiang said, "Elderly, if you want it, take it. My flames are more than enough now." Li Baojun nodded. He took a rule spiritual bead from the white tiger's hands, and it took him a lot of effort to hold it. "How do I use it?" Li Baojun asked. "Blood soul sacrifice. Use your blood and soul to refine it." The white tiger replied, "The process will be a bit painful. Then I'll go into seclusion." Li Baojun nodded his head and quickly entered the room. With 2 rule spiritual bead remaining, Chen Xiang said, "I'll rest first, then we'll see what's inside." "Why don't we try our luck?" White Tiger smiled. "In any case aside from the fire laws, the other laws no longer matter to you. If Chen Xiang could obtain the law of fire, that would be a bit of a waste, because his heaven fire could evolve." "All right." Chen Xiang didn't dare to take the rule spiritual bead now, because after being attacked just now, he was completely powerless. Chen Xiang sat down to rest and asked, "How is the law of fire?" The white tiger shook its head. "I've never seen it with my own eyes, but I've heard that the vermilion bird comprehended the laws of fire, allowing her to use the power of the fire laws. However, I've never seen her use it before. The vermilion bird is so powerful. How did it die?" Chun Xiang had her bones. The white tiger did not reply Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang stuck out his tongue, then asked, "Senior, who have you seen unleash?" I, plussing the power of the ancient code? Law of time. When a guy fights with me because he used the time laws, he added power to my body, making my time slow down by a lot. Then my movements would become very slow in his eyes, and I would be miserably tortured by him. When the white tiger mentioned this, it repeatedly sighed. "What guy?" "He actually knows the time laws." Chen Xiang asked curiously, "An old man of unknown origin. He also said that he used the law of time, that he pa-s, said through time and s-p-a-c to return back to the ancient times to look at history. But he also said that although he could use the law of time, he couldn't change the law. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed." The white tiger said, "That's amazing. The time laws are indeed amazing. But that's not a good thing at all. If he can't help but want to change history, that would be a huge disaster." Chen Xiang shook his head and laughed. "If there are no rules spiritual bead, comprehending the power of the law is extremely difficult." The white tiger looked at the rule spiritual bead in its hands. "I have always heard about this kind of thing, but I never thought that I would actually be able to see it. That profound cold ancient realm is indeed a very mysterious place. The profound being there can actually freeze this kind of thing." Chen Xiang had already recovered most of his strength, but he was a little worried that he would get his hands on the rule spiritual bead S of the time laws. "I want this." Chen Xiang did not hesitate either. After casually grabbing a rule spiritual bead and escaping from the white tiger's palm, the rule spiritual bead's power was released, almost shattering his arm. That power was simply too terrifying. "I was worried you wouldn't be able to catch it. Use the blood soul sacrifice technique," the white tiger warned and said, "If I count you in, it should take around 7 to 8 days for you to fuse with a rule spiritual bead. You should be able to catch up to the 3 realms talk." The rule spiritual bead was a hot potato, It was difficult to seal, and it was also impossible to put it inside the storage magic treasure. Only by quickly merging with it would it be the safest. Qin Xiang came to his room, cut open his palm, and forced out a stream of fresh blood. He then let the fresh blood wrap around the Rule spiritual bead and released the power of his soul at the same time. The 4 walls were all white. When he pressed his hand on one of the walls, he found that the wall actually had the ability to pierce through it, allowing his entire arm to sink into the wall. He immediately stepped into the wall. The moment he stuck his head in, he saw a white SPAC. The other half of his body was still standing there. The 4 walls were all white. When he pressed his hand on one of the walls, he found that the wall actually had the ability to pierce through it, allowing his entire arm to sink into the wall. He immediately stepped into the wall. The moment he stuck his head in, he saw a white SPAC. The other half of his body was still standing there. This is the SPAC laws. Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised. The spatial laws were pretty good. They might be able to allow him to travel through dimensions easily. He had always been vexed about the Luotian Gate's damage. He never thought that he would actually get the profound orb of the spatial laws. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there were actually many black spatial cracks all around him. The tyrannical power of SPAC crazily drilled into his body, as if it was a black evil spirit that wanted to devour him. This caused him to be terrified. This is the power of law. Long Shui shouted. The power of the ancient code is right beside us. It's just that it's difficult to touch it. Streams of black qi surged out from the spatial cracks and seeped into Qin Xiang's nose, eyes, mouth, ears, and the vital parts of his body. Qin Xiang only felt a slight pain in his body, as if many things had forcefully entered his body and were stabbing pains into it. Those were all spirit grain related to SPAC. He now understood if he wanted to control SPAC as he wished, he would need to familiarize himself with these spirit grain. And at this time, because of the Rule spiritual bead, he was able to extract these law spirit grain from SPAC and integrate them into his own body and soul. Take out the philosophic stone and take a look. Bai Yu thought for a while and replied. Qin Xiang immediately took it out and held it in his hand. And at this time, more and more law spirit grain flowed into his body. Although he did not know whether it was beneficial for him or not, at the moment, he could tell that the effects of this philosophic stone was not small. In this state, Qin Xiang unknowingly said through the 9th day, he had already completely merged with the Rule spiritual bead. His strength did not increase by much, but he felt that his comprehension of SPAC had deepened by a level. He felt that he should be able to travel a short distance in SPAC. There were countless law spirit grain in his mind. If he wanted to use the power of the spatial laws, then he would have to activate those spirit grain. The more he used the power of the spatial laws, the stronger they would be, and the stronger he would be able to traverse those hard SPACs. Qin Xiang stood inside the door and, with a thought, activated the spirit grain. Taking a step forward, he entered the great hall. Seeing that Qin Xiang had arrived in this way, they all understood that Qin Xiang's Rule spiritual beat us with the spatial laws. It's really exhausting, Qin Xiang exclaimed. Just that little distance has already caused me to consume so much energy. White Tiger smiled. Of course, now that D Tian's SPAC is gradually increasing, it's not a joke. It's already pretty good that you can use your own power to travel through SPAC. But you need to know that your current strength is minuscule compared to these stable SPACs. Senior, what are the rules within your Rule spiritual bead? Qin Xiang asked curiously. Law of darkness. I am quite satisfied with it. It suits me quite well. It can absorb the power of light. Hee. At this moment, the white tiger was extremely happy. Long ago, it had been envious of those who could comprehend the laws. He never thought that after his rebirth, he would be able to control a law so quickly. I want to see what it is like. Chen Xiang's eyes lit up. The power of the ancient code was indeed strong. The white tiger shook its head and said, "If I use my power, I'm afraid it will cause quite a bit of commotion." Chun Xiang looked at Li Baojun and asked, "Elderly, where are your laws of fire?" Li Baojun laughed. "It's also very strong. I'm worried that I won't be able to control it, and I'll burn the entire city. The law of fire can make my flames even stronger, and at the same time, let me not be afraid of any powerful flames, and also let my flames not be controlled by anyone, so even water can't do anything to me. Of course, there are still a lot of uses to it, and I can't fully display my current strength." The three of them had all obtained Rule's spiritual bead-s that they were satisfied with, and all of them were overjoyed. The Rule's spiritual bead were so powerful, no wonder those fellows wanted to H them, but they were all exterminated. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to see another Rule spiritual bead in the future. Chun Xiang laughed. The white tiger nodded. When you were fusing with the Rule spiritual bead, you should have felt that the power of the ancient code was right by our side. At that time, it let me comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of the ancient code. Chun Xiang and the other two had isolated themselves for so many days to fuse with Rule's spiritual bead, but outside, people were already panicking. This was because the matter of the white tiger killing Ling Feng had caused fear in many people, especially those ancient powers. Although the white tiger was powerful, Chun Xiang could tell that the white tiger was wary of him. It was afraid of a mysterious power, so he did not dare to reveal his true strength. Chun Xiang and the other two were in the hall discussing about the power of the ancient code. Until late in the night, when they were about to rest, they suddenly heard a deafening roar, towards which Chun Xiang and the white tiger were not unfamiliar. It was the roar of a dragon, real dragon. It's a royal dragon. From the sound of it, it should be from the sacred dragon bloodline. The white tiger's expression changed as it hurriedly walked out of the hall. Chun Xiang anxiously asked Long Shui, "What is the background of the sacred dragon bloodline?" The Dragon Emperor's bloodline has always been the sacred dragon's bloodline since ancient times, but us white dragons are not weaker than them, and the jade dragons are also stronger than them. It's just that they have the most number of Dragon Emperor, so they can lead the imperial dragon race. Dragon Emperor? The strongest existence in the imperial dragon race? Chun Xiang had been listening to Long Shui talk all day about becoming a dragon emperor, but there really was one. Yes, I think it should be an existence as powerful as the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. It's just that the current dragon emperor only appeared after the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and Di Tian also doesn't exist. That's why he didn't call himself emperor. However, I think that he should be making his move soon. Sooner or later, I will trample this dragon emperor to death. I am the real dragon emperor. Long Shui seemed to hate the sacred dragon bloodline a lot. However, it was no wonder that if the white dragon was not weak and fought the holy dragon for the throne, there would definitely be a conflict. The white tiger looked at the sky. It was currently late at night, but the distant sky was illuminated by a golden cloud. That golden light was incredibly divine, making people feel as if it was a divine light that looked down on the world. The white tiger looked at the sky. It was currently late at night, but the distant sky was illuminated by a golden cloud. That golden light was incredibly divine, making people feel as if it was a divine light that looked down on the world. It really is the sacred dragon bloodline, but it looks like it's a small dragon. The white tiger let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was that old holy dragon that came down. Senior, can't you beat that old holy dragon? Was extremely surprised. The white tiger and the azure dragon were existences of the same generation, and it was said that the azure dragon was the patriarch of the imperial dragon race. The white tiger shook its head. You know that I haven't completely recovered my strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. The corner of Chun Xiang's mouth twitched. His strength had not completely recovered, but he had become so powerful. The peak level strength of this big white cat is quite terrifying. Back then, my white dragon ancestor had witnessed the big white cat and the azure dragon ancestor fight. In my inherited memories, they were evenly matched. The white tiger said, "If there is a holy dragon coming down suddenly, it's very likely that it's because the news of you casting the primal chaos dragon curse has already spread to the heaven realm." Qinxiang used the primal chaos dragon curse to attack the sacred sacrificed altar. Those ancient powers informed the big shots in the heaven realm about this matter, and those big shots definitely knew that it was a primal chaos dragon curse. Before, when Qinxiang had activated the heavenly dragon seal, it had already made the imperial dragon race suspicious. But back then, they felt that it was not necessary to investigate it thoroughly. But it was different now. The primal chaos dragon curse was the only powerful dragon in the imperial dragon race that had the chance to obtain the inheritance of the primal chaos dragon curse. Generally speaking, small dragons with imperial karmic luck would be able to receive the inheritance of the chaotic dragon curse. But now it was a human who was displaying it, not to mention the fact that this human was also holding onto green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and was cultivating Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu S and Heaven Earth killing method S. This made imperial dragon race feel threatened. It had to be known that only the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Prince of Imperial Dragon Race knew how to use the primal chaos dragon curse. The Holy Dragon has descended, and this place has dragon veins. As the most bleed dragon in the Imperial Dragon Race, they have even more of an excuse to S. N-A-T-C-H the Green Dragon, Demon-Slain Broadsword S. Do you think we still need to reveal our ident? 1. Ties to join the Three Realms talk? At that time, Imperial Dragon Race will definitely know that you know how to use the Primal Chaos Dragon Curse. The White Tiger asked. Of course. Why not? I've killed dragons and all that sort of thing. But this is the first time I've killed a holy dragon. Qinxiang's eyes flashed with killing intent. As the leader, how can he live up to his name if he doesn't kill a holy dragon? He actually wanted to kill the holy dragon. This would definitely infuriate the old holy dragon. Yes, that's it. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should be the Dragon King. At that time, this old lady will personally come out and take care of this fellow who will fight with me for the throne in the future. Long Shui shouted angrily from inside the ring. No. If it really is the Prince Imperial Dragon, then let me kill it, Qinxiang said. No, I will kill, Long Shui shouted. It's the same for me if I kill him. Don't look out for him. Qinxiang laughed. With that bit of strength of yours, you are too weak. If you don't borrow my strength, you definitely won't be able to defeat me. Let me handle it. This is the decisive battle between the juniors of our Imperial Dragon Race. Long Shui said, being ruthlessly looked down upon by this little naughty dragon. Qinxiang was even more unable to show weakness. When the time comes, I definitely do not need to borrow your power to get rid of that Prince Imperial Dragon by myself. If it was a normal dragon, many people would definitely chase after it to kill it because the Imperial Dragon Race would not care about it. But if the Imperial Dragon Race's dragon was killed, that was equivalent to piercing through the sky, and many powerful old fellows could tell that the dragon that appeared today came from the Imperial Dragon Race. The golden cloud in the sky disappeared, and the White Tiger said, Tomorrow, Three Realms talk should be able to see this dragon. Holy dragon, sacred sacrificed altar. Three Realms talk really did make a big move. Qinxiang was still tormenting himself as to how strong he would be if he could unleash his full strength. He thought about slaughtering a holy dragon with his own strength, without relying on Long Shui's strength. The sky gradually brightened. Qinxiang opened his eyes with a trace of astonishment on his face, because he clearly felt that the S-P-A-C had become extremely hard. This meant that Ditian's S-P-A-C had suddenly become very firm today, and today was the day the Three Realms talk began. Don't tell me that those ancient powers specially arranged them for this day? Did they know that Ditian's S-P-A-C will become stronger today? Qin Xiang was very suspicious when he walked out of the room. Bai Hu and Li Baojun followed him into the hall. After Di Tian entered the growth stage, the SPAC was completely sealed. In other words, other than those who just crossed the 9 nirvana tribulations and were dragged to the heaven realm, no one else was able to leave or enter this place. The White Tiger said those ancient powers actually knew that it was on this day. They definitely have other intentions for arranging the 3 realms talk as today. So you're saying that those strong guys in the heaven realm are also unable to come down? Li Baojun asked. That's right. Most likely, many ancient powers sent a large group of people to strengthen the foundation they have in Di Tian last night. The Imperial Dragon race will definitely bring down a lot of dragons too. Although Di Tian does not have the status that he did in the past, but now that the clouds have risen again, the various powers have already started to occupy the land in Di Tian. The White Tiger said. Qin Xiang looked into the sky, his expression extremely unsatisfied. These fellows are too shameless. If they were to come down from the heaven realm, wouldn't the local forces be suppressed by them? Or subdued by them? Wouldn't it be fine if we just annihilate them? Isn't that what your dragon subduing school wants to do? The White Tiger laughed. Qin Xiang took out a sign and said, Right now, we will use our original appearances to partic. 1. P8 in the 3 realms talk. There is still some distance between here and the meeting place. At that time, you guys should be responsible for cleaning up the people who want to take action against us. Hee, my strength is just like that, you know that. Li Baojun laughed. I will make my move. If I cannot take it, the great clan elder will attack again. Now, you cannot expose the great clan elder's strength. After Li Baojun integrated with the rule's spiritual bead, his strength must have risen sharply. Qin Xiang felt that if not for this fellow Hong Kong, he would be able to handle this situation. Let's go. That holy dragon will definitely join the 3 realms talk. The ancient powers will probably go and curry favor with this guy, and then there will be a conflict. But leader, you had best not do anything. Leave everything to me and elderly, the White Tiger said. Today's 3 realms talk was extremely important to them, because this was the day where they would completely beat up the reputation of the dragon subduing school, and also the day that they would expose that the dragon subduing school was him, Qin Xiang. The 3 of them displayed their original appearances and arrived at a large road, walking towards the huge palace in the distance. Qin Xiang and the other 2 were very eye-catching as they walked through the empty streets. Although the White Tiger's appearance was extremely ordinary, its figure was tall and lofty. Its eyes emitted an absolutely terrifying light, causing people to not dare to look straight at it. Qin Xiang and the other 2 were very eye-catching as they walked through the empty streets. Although the White Tiger's appearance was extremely ordinary, its figure was tall and lofty. Its eyes emitted an absolutely terrifying light, causing people to not dare to look straight at it. Li Baojun smiled, holding the flickering red Kylan fan in his hand. It pierced the eyes of many people, all the way while it burned their body and mind, making them feel terrified. There was even less of a need to talk about Qin Xiang. His appearance had long been deeply imprinted in people's hearts. Finding someone who did not know him was extremely difficult. His current bounty was so high that it was scary. Thus many people looked at his portrait 9 to 5 days ago, trying to remember it. However, most of them didn't want to capture him for the reward and remember his appearance. They just wanted to avoid provoking this fiend and avoid him as long as they saw him, lest it bring about a fatal disaster. Isn't taking the Kylan fan the dragon subduing school's elderly? He seems to be the one in charge of the dragon subduing Dan Hall, and the other middle-aged man seems to be the great clan elder of the dragon subduing school. Could it be that Qin Xiang is also from the dragon subduing school? Furthermore, you have a very high position in the dragon subduing school. It said that Sky Dragon had descended last night because of 3 realms talk. I never thought that dragon subduing school would also come, and it's even Qin Xiang as the representative. Now we're going to watch. Let's keep going. All the people in Dragon Subduing School are targets of those ancient powers. The people on both sides of the street quickly dodged, and this matter quickly reached the ears of the big heads of the major forces. Chun Xiang represented Dragon Subduing School, and even brought 2 elders of the Dragon Subduing School with him. Those big shots thought that the people from the Dragon Subduing School would come and cause trouble, but they never thought that it was actually Chun Xiang who brought the people here. Before, Chun Xiang had killed Ziyu Tianzi and the powerful Purple Moon in a high profile in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, and then killed Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. One must know that Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was considered as a guardian by those traitors. Many of the big heads immediately thought of the day when the sacred sacrificed altar was attacked by the primal chaos dragon curse, and thought that it was very possible that Chun Xiang had hidden himself to attack. Now that the holy dragon of the imperial dragon race had come down, it was precisely for this moment that Chun Xiang had appeared. Someone's coming. Leave this little one to me. If I can't beat him, elderly, then you can attack. Chun Xiang, who was in the air, could see a large group of people rush, plussing over from all directions. Before long, the roofs on both sides of the street were filled with people. These people were originally going to partake. 1. P8 in the 3 realms talk, but they were all attracted by the 2 elders and Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang, you're actually from the Dragon Subduing School? You should not be showing yourself so arrogantly right now. The reason the Imperial Dragon Race's Dragon King descended upon the Heaven Realm last night was because he was aiming for you. LV Qinlian's voice was full of reproach because she did not want to become enemies with the Imperial Dragon Race. But she could not help Chun Xiang either. If Chun Xiang had been attacked today, based on the friends, HI plus P between her and Chun Xiang, she would definitely intervene. Big Sis Lu, don't worry. To be honest, I am a leader of the Dragon Subduing School. I am here today for the Crown Prince of the Imperial Dragon Race. If he dares attack me, I will kill him and establish my authority. Chun Xiang's voice was full of dominance, causing him to be stunned. Chun Xiang sealed the divine sense C and did not receive other people's sound transmissions, continuing to advance along with the White Tiger and Li Baojun. A burst of purple light suddenly appeared in front of them, and over 10 people dressed in purple robes blocked their way. Their faces revealed fierce expressions, with weapons in their hands. The first to attack was actually Purple Moon Imperial Land. Huang Jintian and the others also received the news that Chun Xiang had appeared, but Huang Jintian was not worried at all. He brought Gu Dongqin and the others into the compet. 1. Tying grounds. What are you doing here? A middle-aged man from Purple Moon Imperial Land asked with a stern voice. We are here to partake. 1. P8 in the 3 realms talks compet. 1. Taiyan, here is our order badge. Chun Xiang took out the recommendation badge from Zhuo Jinchuan. You can tell at a glance that it was stolen. The man from the Purple Moon Imperial Land sneered. I gave it to him. Why not? Zhuo Jinchuan, who was at the side, said coldly, Does your Purple Moon Imperial Land not recognize the sex that my devil-subduing college approves? Li Baojun took a step forward and shouted, Get out of the way and use your weapon to face us. Don't blame me for being rude. The Purple Moon Imperial Land suffered a huge loss at the hands of Chun Xiang, and also suffered a huge loss in front of the Dragon Subduing City. On that day when they attacked the Dragon Subduing City, they lost a lot of experts, and thinking about it now, they felt a pain in their hearts, and their strongest, Ling Feng, had also been killed by someone not long ago. Chun Xiang, you and the ancient forces like us are irreconcilable. Don't even think about joining the 3 realms talk today. So long-winded. Li Baojun raised the Kylan fan in his hand and ferociously swung it. A fiery red astral wind surged out and stirred up a wave of fire, which swept forward like a bolt of lightning. Boo! Oh. Boo! Oh. Boo! Oh. The fire wave instantly struck the Purple Moon Imperial Land's people. The extremely terrifying fire energy frantically drilled into their bodies, and then exploded inside, causing their souls to be destroyed, leaving not even their remains. Those who have enmity with the dragon subduing school, or those who have enmity with the leader, just come forward. We will accompany you to the end. Li Baojun's voice was calm and transmitted in all directions, but when the rest heard it, they were extremely shocked. They could already tell that Chunxiang was dragon subduing school. The dragon fountain was actually obtained by Chunxiang. Then, Chunxiang created the dragon subduing school. Now, they understood why the dragon subduing school would go against those ancient powers time and time again, because the dragon subduing school was created by Chunxiang. However, many people still could not understand how Chunxiang managed to create such a powerful city. Isn't it just using the resources at hand to rope in some experts? Your own strength is only that much. A charming woman dressed in a purple dress slowly landed on the ground like a leaf. When this incomparably beautiful woman in a purple dress appeared, many men stared at her with dazed eyes, could guess that the purple-dressed woman was probably the heavenly daughter of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, called Jing Shuangze. She was incomparably beautiful, and her every move carried a charming and gentle charm. Oh, if my strength is only that much, then wouldn't your leader, who is known to be at the pinnacle of strength, be beheaded by me? I also killed your traitor's master, Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. Your master died miserably in my hands. What right do you, a bunch of dog slaves, have to belittle me in front of me? Chunxiang activated his innate qi, purposely speaking loudly so that his voice would reverberate in the sky. You idiots shouldn't belittle me now, because that would only lower yourselves. When you mock me, why don't you think about how many years you've suffered at my hands? I am the most qualified one to laugh at you all. You. Upon hearing Chunxiang's words, Jing Shuangze became speechless. His momentum immediately weakened a lot as he said, "Humph, today I will take you down." You. Upon hearing Chunxiang's words, Jing Shuangze became speechless. His momentum immediately weakened a lot as he said, "Humph, today I will take you down." Take me down and claim my credit, right? I'm truly a mediocre commoner. With such a strong desire, I've lost my face for nothing. Chunxiang laughed in ridicule. They all knew that Li Baojun was not someone to be trifled with, and since Chunxiang was strong enough to be able to kill Heaven Thunder Devil Lord, they also knew that their great clan elder was someone they could not see through. All the big shots in Purple Moon Imperial Land had died, and the people of Purple Moon Imperial Land had not thought that their unity would stabilize, but instead wanted to fight for the position of leader. Especially Tian Nu, because she was a beauty with extraordinary strength, her prestige was very high, and she was also sought after and supported by many. She felt that if she could defeat Chunxiang, the position of leader would belong to her. That's only you using an evil technique. Today, I will let your evil technique be exposed so that the world can see your true appearance. 2 purple long swords appeared, transforming into 2 purple clouds that pierced towards Chunxiang's throat and one of his eyes. Chunxiang carried his hands behind his back, and 2 fire dragons surged out from his eyes. Facing the 2 swords, the fire dragons swallowed and spat out flames, accurately putting the 2 swords into their mouths. As the flames disappeared, the 2 treasured swords had already turned to dust. I use an evil technique, but I didn't enslave rogue cultivators to work hard in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, right? I didn't steal the storage bag of a rogue cultivator, right? Instead, I saved them, but the Heavenly Emperor of Ziyu angered you. He wanted to kill me, but his skills were inferior to others and he was killed. Who can you blame? Bullsh *T. Jing Shuangze was infuriated. His treasured sword had actually disappeared in an instant. Today, I will definitely capture you all. Boasting shamelessly, Chunxiang sneered. Jing Shuangze gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a huge purple rock. Upon closer inspection, it looked very much like a stone tablet with many ancient spirit grain carved on it. It's the Purple Moon sacred tablet. It's actually in the hands of this little girl. There is an ancient jade in the Tong Tian aristocratic family, and there is a sacred tablet in the Sheng domain. They are all very powerful things. At this moment, Jing Xuanzai's confidence soared and his face was filled with pride. Having obtained this item meant that she had gained the leader's favor. In front of the sacred tablet, you have no power to resist. Jing Xuanzai's jade face turned cold as she activated the power within the sacred tablet. Her long hair danced wildly, and her jade face was heavy. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a purple light as her body overflowed with purple light. Right at this time, the sky suddenly darkened. A purple moon hung high up in the sky. The purple light released by the purple moon all gathered on Qin Xiang and the others. Seal! Jing Xuanzai shouted, and that round of purple moon's rays of light exploded forth. A large purple formation appeared, and a purple and profound spirit grain flashed with a blinding light. The terrifying pressure caused many people to feel slightly frightened. The purple array formation seemed like it was going to destroy the earth. It smashed down fiercely from above Qin Xiang and the others' heads. Great mountain river formation. Qin Xiang stamped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the powerful innate qi in his body surged like a flood into the sky. The vast divine power arrived along with it, and in the dark sky suddenly appeared a mountain and river picture that was tens of thousands of meters long, with countless large rivers surging and surging torrents like the roar of thunder. The power of the mountains and rivers shook the world, concealing the stars and moon, completely displaying the might of the earth, intimidating all the living beings in this world. No matter how powerful the Saint Tablet was, the person who used it did not use all of his power. The power of the formation was greatly reduced, as though a purple moon had been blocked by the mountain and river diagram that Qin Xiang had released. Jing Xuanzai's expression was serious. His purple skirt and black hair were wildly dancing, and the sacred monument in front of his chest was emitting a purple light. She was using the purple moon diagram to confront Qin Xiang. It's just an adaptation of the celestial slain method. There's nothing to be proud of. Qin Xiang saw through some of them, and the qi on his body immediately soared. Innate qi erupted, like a dragon erupting from his body. It soared up and danced in the sky. Great void stellar seal, end it. Above the purple moon array, there were suddenly dozens of phantoms of giant stars. These phantoms of stars formed a large array, and their strength was even stronger. Flas. H.I. plus ing with multicolored light. As they swirled and fell, the rich power of the stars roiled and surged, falling from the sky. SMAs. H.I. plusing the purple moon until it exploded and dissipated in the sky. The appearance of the great void star seal greatly changed the complexions of many of the giants. Jing Xuang, seeing this incomparably powerful star seal cruise, H.I. plusing down with unstoppable force, felt an incomparable surge of fear, but it was already too late. The great void stellar seal turned into a big hand in the air. The big hand was made up of numerous star shadows, carrying an earth-shattering power as it pressed down towards Jing Xuanzai. Boo! Oh. A deafening sound rang out. Jing Xuanzai was completely enveloped by the giant handprint. In the midst of the rumbling sounds of destruction, he was turned to as H. Plus, at the same time, the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword appeared in Qin Xiang's hands. He flew over and slashed at the purple moon divine tomb on the ground. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Brother Han, let's capture them together. The one who spoke was Feng Quan, an expert of the Feng clan. Han Kong was the same. He was a ranker sent by the Flying Immortal School. Feng clan, do you want to join hands? If you too were to make a move against me, You would be the first one dragon subduing school will kill. Chen Xiang looked at the two rankers fearlessly. Who do you think you are? So what if he said he would wipe out? Han Kong jumped down and stood by Qin Xiang's side. Qin Xiang controlled the dragon vein. What would happen if he killed Qin Xiang? Feng Quan shouted, "Stop talking nonsense with him, attack!" Qin Xiang and Li Baojun looked at each other. They knew that it was not their turn to take action now. So they just stood there, not moving. Feng Quan was like the wind as he rushed towards the white tiger. The berserk energy on his palm struck the air at an extremely fast speed, causing waves of explosions. To be able to attack a white tiger, wasn't that just looking for death? Qin Xiang and Li Baojun sighed in their hearts. The white tiger had not acted this entire time, but its expression was indifferent as it watched from the side. Now that there were two such powerful people attacking them, Qin Xiang and Li Baojun definitely could not handle it. They're dead for sure now. A person sighed. Feng Quan's palm was extremely terrifying. Just the force of the impact was enough to split the entire street, and just as it was about to crush the white tiger's head, the white tiger's palm suddenly extended, and actually wanted to receive it with its own palm. You're courting death. Feng Quan felt that the white tiger's actions were very imaginable. The power in his palm became even more berserk at that moment, and he exchanged blows with the white tiger. The two palms collided. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones breaking resounded like a cannonball. Feng Quan let out a miserable scream, and at the same time his body flew backwards. He raised his palm towards Feng Quan, who was flying towards the end of the street, and a burst of strong golden light suddenly gushed out of his palm. The golden light turned into a furious golden dragon, and let out a dragon's roar that shook the skies, and like lightning, penetrated Feng Quan's body. He raised his palm towards Feng Quan, who was flying towards the end of the street, and a burst of strong golden light suddenly gushed out of his palm. The golden light turned into a furious golden dragon, and let out a dragon's roar that shook the skies, and like lightning, penetrated Feng Quan's body. With a boom, Feng Quan's body exploded. When the crowd saw this scene, the shock in their hearts was hard to describe. Everyone looked at the white tiger. Although he looked ordinary, he was actually so powerful. Judging from his expression, killing Feng Quan was as easy as mowing GRA. He didn't even blink. LV Qinlian's forehead was covered in sweat. She suddenly felt that the white tiger was the person that she was afraid of back then in the Golden Yang building, the person who was also the one who had killed many experts at the auction. This person was actually together with Qin Xiang, and he was an elder of the dragon subduing school. Han Kong looked at the white tiger in fear, his body trembling. He knew that the person in front of him could kill Feng Quan easily, or even kill him easily. The white tiger looked at Han Kong, its two eyes suddenly turning pitch black. Han Kong screamed miserably as he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, being glanced at and dying. Many of the big shots from the ancient powers looked as terrified as Han Kong, who was already dead. They all escaped towards the location of the Three Realms talk, because they believed that the Imperial Dragon race would definitely be able to stop the three terrifying people there. After Han Kong fell to the ground, his body suddenly turned pitch black, as if he had been soaked in ink. Then it turned dark again and disappeared. Qin Xiang and Li Baojun were overwhelmed with shock. They knew that these were definitely the laws of darkness. Yet these mysterious laws of darkness could even destroy corpses and erase traces. There were many big shots sitting on their seats. Their faces were gloomy and uncertain. Some big shots had terrified faces. The appearance of the dragon subduing school was truly unexpected for them, especially the Great Clan Elder, whose strength was out of the ordinary. With just a few moves, he had killed 2 Heaven Realm rankers. His golden dragon robe had already proven his ident. One tie. He sat there, looking at a book with a gentle gaze, and although he already knew about the dragon subduing school situation, he was definitely not worried. Furthermore, the book he was reading right now had a lot of information regarding Qinxiang. Qinxiang, by Hu and Li Baojun, had arrived, and there were no longer any empty seats. Qinxiang glanced around the conference hall. There were many tables here. The square table only had 4 people. And these 4 people were all big shots from a different force. Behind the big shots were either some younger generation members or some elders. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't useless. There were still 3 seats in front of the Prince Imperial Dragon. That Prince Imperial Dragon took a table for himself, and he didn't allow anyone else to sit. Seeing Qinxiang lock onto that table, everyone was shocked. Many people in the hall gasped slightly. They were now certain that Qinxiang was the one who cast the primal chaos dragon curse, and that the Prince Imperial Dragon was here for Qinxiang. Qinxiang glanced at Huang Jintian and the others' table. Huang Jintian, Lu Meng'er, Lian Mingdong, and the other leaders who represented a certain power sat at it. And Gu Dongqin, on the other hand, followed along and stood behind Huang Jintian. Leng Yulan was incomparably cold and gorgeous, with a head of white hair that made her look even more beautiful. Xue Xianxian was like a fairy from a painting. Extraordinary and refined, her face carried a tender and gentle smile, and the 2 junior sisters stood behind Lu Meng. Qinxiang did not expect that Wu Qianqian would also be here. Although the former number 1 beauty of the super martial school had an ordinary background, she had met with numerous fortuitous encounters, and was also the successor to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Unlike Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian, she wore plain clothes, but her unique temperament made people feel that she was untainted by the mortal world. Wu Qianqian and Dongfang Xinyue had followed Hua Xiangyue here, but they did not look at Qinxiang. They were worried that others would discover the relations. H.I. plus P between them and Qinxiang. However, at this time, a pure and beautiful sweet lady stuck her tongue out at Qinxiang. That girl was Dongfang Jing from the Dongfang family, and was a very foolish girl. The many familiar faces that sat there made Qinxiang sob. He had looked up to these experts in the past, but now he felt that it was nothing more than that. When Qinxiang appeared, the atmosphere was even more oppressive, especially when Qinxiang was getting closer and closer to the Prince Imperial Dragon. "Which power do you belong to?" An old man stood up and asked. This old man was a Jin Yangsheng realm powerhouse. "I am a leader of the Dragon Subduing School. This is my recommendation, Jade, token." Qinxiang raised the jade plate in his hand, but no one cared about the jade plate. Everyone was shocked by his ident. 1. Tai, he was really Dragon Subduing School. Big Bro has been making a living for a long time, but he actually didn't take care of this little sister of mine. Even the limelight has been blown away by him. Leng Yulan sent a sound transmission to Xue Xianxian and the others. She wished that she could join Qinxiang's group. "Stupid girl, don't tell me you didn't do well just by following me." Lu Meng'er scolded. Although the atmosphere was stifling, many people were secretly whispering to each other. "Master Ancestor, you actually always knew that my master was leader." Gu Dongqin muttered. "This guy is obviously here to cause trouble. I never thought that Dragon Subduing School's leader would actually run into a dragon." Huang Jintian laughed. Lian Yingxiao could not help but laugh bitterly. "My son was dragged onto the boat by him." Golden Sun Saint Realm and Qinxiang did not have any direct conflicts. At this moment, they knew that the great clan elder from Dragon Subduing School was very powerful. He had exterminated both Hong Kong and Fengquan outside. So the big shot did not say anything. He just watched as Qinxiang walked towards the seat of the Prince Imperial Dragon. Hong Kong, Fengquan, and Ling Feng were already absent, so they only had 3 empty seats at Prince Imperial Dragon. The Prince Imperial Dragon sat gracefully as he read his book, but his entire body still carried a tyrannical aura. His dazzling golden dragon robe made Long Shui despise him ruthlessly within the ring. Behind Prince Imperial Dragon, there were 2 other people. They were too tall and STU. Are DY men with powerful facial features, their bodies overflowing with dragon chi. One look was all it took to tell that they were two dragons, but they were only the followers of Prince Imperial Dragon. Many of the great leaders could see that the two dragons under his command were much stronger than the Prince Imperial Dragon. They were in charge of protecting the Prince Imperial Dragon. There are 3 spots. Chun Xiang smiled slightly. Only the big shots could sit on their seats. The 3 men from Dragon Subduing School actually wanted to take all 3 seats. How tyrannical was that? Who are you? Do you think you are qualified to sit together with Prince Imperial Dragon? A big fellow said. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire hall. A conflict was about to break out. Everyone stood up and retreated to the side of the gate, lest a great battle be affected. Prince Imperial Dragon calmly sat there and read his book. He did not even bat an eyelid, as if the things surrounding him had nothing to do with him. He looked extremely ennobli. Seeing him like that, Long Shui angrily wanted to slap him a few times. Prince Imperial Dragon calmly sat there and read his book. He did not even bat an eyelid, as if the things surrounding him had nothing to do with him. He looked extremely ennobli. Seeing him like that, Long Shui angrily wanted to slap him a few times. We are not things, we are here to partake. 1. P. 8 in the 3 realms talk, but who are you? What does the matters of humanity have to do with you guys? Chen Xiang replied calmly. You ignorant fool. Our Imperial Dragon race is the strongest of the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Our Dragon Emperor will soon rule the 9 heavens and 10 earth, becoming the new emperor. The big-sized man looked at Chen Xiang angrily. Wait until he becomes the new great emperor, then we'll see. Isn't he still not here? I am a leader of the Dragon Subduing School. I have come here to partake. 1. P. 8 in the 3 realms talk for our own matters. Qin Xiang said. You dare call yourselves dragons? The other man laughed loudly. Have you killed a dragon before? I've killed quite a few. I can't even remember how many dragons I've killed. His words caused many people to deeply doubt him. Only Long Shui knew clearly that the words of the White Tiger were true. The battle clan of the Big White Cat was the natural enemy of the Imperial Dragon race. I've killed one too. Chen Xiang laughed, his body trembled, and released a chi, causing Prince Imperial Dragon's hand to tremble. Dragon slaying chi. It is a unique aura that only exists after killing a dragon. Huang Jintian said. Everyone was shocked. Qin Xiang had really slayed dragons before. After a slight shock, the man said, You only killed a few wild dragons, which is far inferior to our Emperor Dragon. It's nothing. Qin Xiang laughed out loud. So that means the reason you 3 Emperor Dragons appeared here is for me to cut them down. Great. After saying that, he sat down on a chair. You are courting death if you dare to sit here recklessly. The man roared and struck towards Qin Xiang with his palm. His arm turned into a red dragon claw, and the flames from the dragon power were extremely terrifying. The entire hall was suddenly as hot as a furnace. At the same time, the White Tiger also extended a dragon claw, but it was a black one that was filled with terrifying killing intent. The moment the White Tiger attacked, that killing intent immediately swept away the heat in the hall. When the White Tiger's black dragon claw reached out, it was like a terrifying black hole that swallowed everything. When the fire dragon claw came into contact with the black dragon claw, it was like an ice cube touching a flame, melting instantly. How reckless! The White Tiger's dragon claw suddenly grew larger, pressing the burly man into the ground, pressing him into the center of the claw. The burly man didn't even have time to shout before he disappeared. The other burly man's expression changed. The Prince Imperial Dragon stood up with an angry and shocked expression. He looked at the White Tiger and asked solemnly, Who are you? The great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School. Then he sat down with Li Baojun. Now it was Chun Xiang's turn to remain calm as he sat there. Seeing how the white tiger suppressed the strong, he became even more desperate for power. Out of the 2 dragons brought down by the Prince Imperial Dragon, one of them had actually died without even leaving a trace. Huang Jintian took a deep breath and said, "Just now it was a very strong dragon slaying Qi. This great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School has indeed killed many dragons. Let the 3 realms talk begin. I want to see what tricks you all have in mind." Chun Xiang said, then took out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword and placed it on the table. The eyes of many people lit up when they saw the divine blade. They all wished that they could H it for themselves. This is my Imperial Dragon Race's divine weapon. It has returned to its rightful owner. Prince Imperial Dragon's hand moved like lightning, grabbing towards the hilt, but it caught onto empty air because the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had instantly disappeared. Chun Xiang laughed. "I heard that the 3 realms talk wanted me to hand over the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Let me tell you this right now. If you want my blade, you have to kill me first. This blade does not belong to your Imperial Dragon Race. If you want to H it, then you should know the consequences." Chun Xiang looked at the book in his hands. The Prince Imperial Dragon calmed down, then sat down and looked at Chun Xiang and the white tiger. He now had to look at the Dragon Subduing School from a new perspective. He previously thought that this Dragon Subduing School was just a joke. He thought that he could solve it after bringing 2 powerful dragons down. But who would have thought that one of them died just now? Everyone returned to their seats. The strength of the white tiger had completely intimidated the Prince Imperial Dragon, and the conflict could not occur again. This was because the Dragon Subduing School had complete and total strength to destroy the Prince Imperial Dragon. What we are discussing today is the peace of the 3rd region, but this has nothing to do with this dragon. He's not from this world, so it seems like he's here to cause trouble. Huang Jintian said, "Yeah, just now they said that they would rule over the 9 heavens and the 10 earth. Isn't that destroying the peace?" The patriarch of the blue blood race, Long Guang, said, "This person only wanted to sit down but wanted to take his life." The Golden Sun Saint Realm leader was a yellow-haired old man wearing a golden robe. He stood up and said, "The main reason is because of the various powers seizing the territory and resources. Currently, the resources of the demon realm and our human realm are relatively small, so we need the powers of our human realm to give them a fair share." The patriarch of the devil race said, "Although we are a large power in the devil realm, we can at most control our own people and not cause trouble. If the other devil cultivator do not have the resources to cultivate and attack the human realm, this is not our business." Then doesn't the Dragon Subduing School have a dragon vein? That is a super crystal mine. One of them sneered. "No matter how big the dragon veins are in my Dragon Subduing School, they are still unable to compare to the mines occupied by your Sheng Domain family. If we add them all up, the combined strength of your Sparite vein is far greater than the power of my Dragon Subduing School's dragon veins, do you think?" Chun Xiang glanced at that person. It was a member of the Ying family. The demon realm does not lack resources. Furthermore, half of the spirit demons are in our demon realm. Half of the spirit demons are in our demon realm, but we do not have any relations. I plus P with the evil demon, so it is easy for the powerful evil demon to incite them, and giving them resources is useless. LV Chinlian said, "Spirit demons were more tame and could completely change into a human. Evil demon was half human, half spirit demon. Our Chun Martial continent does not have much resources. We only have enough for ourselves, and we do not plan on seizing other people's land. But right now, some ancient powers are actually occupying land 1,000 times larger than ours. So for resources, it's fine if we, the small powers, are unable to protect ourselves. But those ancient powers are the ones who say that. You guys don't have many people either, so there must be a lot of Sparite vein here. Give some to Devil Realm, and the others, Huang Jintian sighed. Otherwise, if we fight Demon Realm and the others would definitely not dare to attack the big powers. The suffering is still just because of us, the small forces. Everyone looked at each other, especially the big shots of the ancient powers. It seemed like they did not plan to help Devil Realm, but they actually wanted to squeeze them out from those small powers. Everyone looked at each other, especially the big shots of the ancient powers. It seemed like they did not plan to help Devil Realm, but they actually wanted to squeeze them out from those small powers. Why did Ditian shatter in the past? Wasn't that the doing of these traitors? Now it should be up to them to compensate for the losses. Back then, when the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord commanded the 9 heavens and 10 earth, that was a prosperous and peaceful place. Duan Kong walked in along with a few other elders of the Duan clan. There were no seats for them here, as if they had already known that something like this would happen. They actually took out a wooden table and placed it at the entrance. The Duan clan was also a Tong Tian aristocratic family. Although they were a thorn in the eye of many ancient powers, they could not deny their strength and their understanding of that piece of history. Right now, these traders are beginning to occupy the land, all so that after Ditian forms himself, they can establish themselves as kings. At that time, even if some imperial dragon race's dragon emperor appears, they won't be able to be cured. They also had even crazier ideas, such as using that sacred sacrificed altar, or whatever it is, to open up Pa-S sages leading to other worlds and bring some powerful guys over here. Duan Kong's words made many leaders of small forces feel threatened. If these ancient forces were to do this, how would these small forces, be able to survive? The sacred sacrificed altar is the only way to settle the peace in the 3 regions. I admit that our ancestors wanted to use the sacred sacrificed altar to bring about destruction to this world. But now, if we want to resolve the conflict between the 3 realms, we have to go through the sacred sacrificed altar. The Qin family's heavyweight said, "Oh, why didn't you take out some Spar-S and give them to the demon and devil realms? Instead, you have to rely on the sacred sacrificed altar. Who knows what the HELLU are doing?" Duan Kong said. Chun Xiang did not interrupt him when he finally mentioned the sacred sacrificed altar. Although he had always been calmly reading books, when Duan Kong mentioned the sacred sacrificed altar, he was slightly moved. It was obvious that he understood the situation in the sacred sacrificed altar very well. Sacred sacrificed altar can open a path towards a place where our ancestors stored resources. At that time, they knew that Ditian was going to be destroyed, so they placed most of Ditian's resources at that place. However, there are some people who want to destroy that sacred sacrificed altar. An old man said and looked at Qin Xiang. The fact that Qin Xiang used the primal chaos dragon curse to attack the sacred sacrificed altar was confirmed by everyone, although no one saw him do it at the time. This fellow is really patient. He actually didn't ask me about the chaos dragon curse. Long Shui was talking about the Prince Imperial Dragon, so she was thinking about how she should fight with him. The White Tiger said, "You are certain that the sacred sacrificed altar has a lot of cultivation resources, and not just a few powerful holy demons?" The White Tiger's words made many big shots tremble. Even Prince Imperial Dragon's face changed. According to what I know, the sacred sacrificed altar is not a good thing. It is indeed a switch that leads to some dimensions. The White Tiger had already displayed its strength just now, so many people believed his words. Duan Kong laughed coldly. "Do you need a very powerful energy to open that sacred sacrificed altar? You said that there are a lot of resources inside, and you said that when we go in later you might be able to kill us or seal us inside. You ancient powers have always been unpopular, so how can people believe you? We do need to take out some very important things, but there are a lot of cultivation resources inside. We can swear with our blood that when it comes to the matter of the sacred sacrificed altar, we will not use any means." The Jinyang Shun's big brother said. Now that the White Tiger was here, They didn't dare to play any tricks. Furthermore, their tone of voice had become much softer. You have to swear a blood oath, and you have to walk in front. Huang Jintian pondered for a moment before replying. Then he sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Brat, that sacred sacrificed altar can open a door to another AC. If they promise, we can give it a try. Some of the powerhouses were currently discussing with others in secret. Senior, if there really is a saint devil or something like that, can you handle it? Chan Xiang secretly asked the White Tiger. No problem. I can now control the laws of darkness. My strength has increased by a lot. However, these traitors cannot be completely trusted. The White Tiger said, if the 3 regions matters were not resolved, the war would break out again soon. When the time came, the only thing the big heads could do was sacre the enemies, especially the Devil Realm, who was lacking in resources. The evil demon was too savage, and so the big heads could only barely suppress the Devil Cultivator and the other evil demon. Everyone discussed secretly and finally reached an agreement. They decided to open up the sacred, sacrificed altar and go to that place that stored a large amount of resources. It was impossible to get the big forces to divide the sparite vein they occupied, and those small forces couldn't do anything to them either. Thus, they could only use this method to compromise, and when they reached that place, they could only rely on their own abilities to obtain the resources. In order to pacify the unstable groups, the big shots of the demon and devil realms had to return to the demon and devil realms and have the leaders send some of their men out to the world to take their resources. And they would go for a period of time as well, because according to the ancient powers, there were a lot of resources stored inside. In addition, the various forces had also informed some of their disciples that they would bring them there. In order to avoid too many people and also having a limited number of people, each force could only send 10 people. Even so, all of the Partik 1P aiding 3 realms Talk S were very scary, but the majority of the powerhouses were the demon and devil realms S, because they lacked resources. The agreement to meet in 3 days at sacred sacrificed altar would be over immediately, and the ancient powers would go and arrange things because they had sent the strongest big shots to lead the group of people there. The Prince Imperial Dragon actually wanted to go as well, but the ancient powers did not stop him. After all, he was from the Imperial Dragon race, and in the future he might even become a Dragon Emperor. Chun Xiang and Prince Imperial Dragon did not clash as expected. They left the moment the meeting ended. However, everyone knew Prince Imperial Dragon would definitely not let Qinxiang go, but if he angered Qinxiang, Qinxiang would not let him go either. It's enough for the 3 of us to go. If that world is in danger, it'll be easier for the 3 of us to deal with it. The White Tiger tasted the fruit juice Li Baojun made. The other powers will definitely bring some juniors over. When we left, we had already arranged matters for the dragon's subduing city, and this was also a chance for those little fellows to hone themselves. Li Baojun said, with Baijan there, they will be safe. The White Tiger was extremely confident in this White Tiger fighting race's patriarch. If Baijan was not able to deal with it, he could send out the entire White Tiger fighting race. Vote. 3 realms talk was not finished, and was just using another method. If the world that sacred sacrificed altar leads to is not solved, then the 3 realms would still be in trouble in the future. 3 realms talk was not finished, and was just using another method. If the world that sacred sacrificed altar leads to is not solved, then the 3 realms would still be in trouble in the future. Although Chun Xiang had only Pa-S said through the 4 nirvana tribulations, his strength was already shocking to the point of being unparalleled. Adding on the power of the mysterious great clan elder, it made the entire dragon subduing school stronger, causing many people to ask about how to join the dragon subduing school. Heaven Thunder City did not immediately calm down. Originally, many people thought that once 3 realms talks meeting ended, it would become very quiet, but suddenly there were sounds of fighting coming from outside the city. The location of the battle was extremely far from Heaven Thunder City, But the energy fluctuations that exploded out shook the ground and caused Heaven Thunder City to sway slightly. What was worth noting was that the aura was a dragon chi that many big shots were very familiar with. It erupted using the powerful dragon power. At the beginning, many people thought that it was Chun Xiang and Prince Imperial Dragon fighting, but in reality, it was not someone else fighting the Prince Imperial Dragon. This direction seems to be towards the sacred, sacrificed altar. Why is the Prince Imperial Dragon going there? The time to open the sacred, sacrificed altar is not up yet. Chun Xiang said as he followed the white tiger and Li Baojun to sacred, sacrificed altar. At that moment, they did not need to change their appearances. With the deterrence from the white tiger before, no one dared to look for trouble because that would mean they were courting death. The sacred sacrificed altar was protected by a few dozen experts from ancient powers, and not far away from the sacred sacrificed altar, Prince Imperial Dragon, who was dressed in a golden dragon robe, was currently fighting with a burly man who was completely naked. His upper body was S-H-I, plus-ning with a golden radiance, making him look like a golden man made of gold. Suddenly, his muscles contained a terrifying and mysterious power, and a violent aura gushed out from his pores one after another, forming a layer of radiance that shrouded his body. The Prince Imperial Dragon was very refined compared to the big-sized man. The big man's attacks were very violent. His pair of thick and long arms were like two terrifying giant golden hammers, SMAs. H-I, plus-ing towards the Prince Imperial Dragon quickly and fiercely. Although it looked like he was using brute force, if one looked carefully, this kind of chaotic attack was able to suppress the Prince Imperial Dragon a little. Of course, the real strength of the Prince Imperial Dragon was when he had turned into a dragon. In his current human form, his power was not very strong. Why is the power used by this big guy so familiar? Suddenly, the image of a bald youth appeared in Chun Xiang's mind. Great strength races. Although the Prince Imperial Dragon has not used his own strongest power, this great strength race is still useless. Hearing the white tiger's words, Chun Xiang nodded his head. Xiao Chou was his disciple. The last time Xiao Chou used a move that was extremely strong, he had become a huge giant. If the Prince Imperial Dragon became a dragon, then the big-sized man from the great strength race would also become a giant, and their strength would also be comparable. At this moment, there weren't many people spectating. Many powerhouses had returned to arrange matters, and only a few rogue cultivators with great strength were allowed to spectate. As far as I know, the great strength race has always been very ununited. If the great strength race was united, then this would be a very powerful force. Li Baojun said, "The matters of the great strength race are also very mysterious. Although this group of people are very good at fighting, they aren't stupid at all, and many powers have looked down on their unity for many years. But you all should know among all the human races, the great strength race is still very strong." The white tiger said, Chun Xiang had asked Xiao Chou about some things related to the great strength race before, but Xiao Chou did not say much. However, Xiao Chou had still revealed a lot about the great strength race. For example, the great strength race had once gathered once. Maybe they had already gotten back together. Great strength race and Imperial Dragon race have always had a grudge. I wonder what kind of grudge is this? The white tiger actually didn't know about this matter. When Chun Xiang was fighting with Xiao Chou before, Long Shui had also mentioned this matter. This grandson shouldn't know anything about the Chaos Dragon curse. Long Shui suddenly said, "Why do you say that?" Chun Xiang asked, "The primal Chaos Dragon curse can only be inherited from the Emperor's mandate when a dragon is born." Long Shui said complacently, "But this grandson's dad definitely knows how to use the primal Chaos Dragon curse. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to call himself Dragon Emperor. You can S it onto me, but can't his father S it onto him?" Chun Xiang looked at the fighting Prince Imperial Dragon in the distance. This Prince Imperial Dragon was indeed very strong. He felt that he was still a distance away from the Prince Imperial Dragon. Then the meaning is different. I was born to understand it. That's why he came down to investigate. If he could kill that dragon, then he will be able to sit firmly on the throne in the future. Long Shui snorted. Wanting to kill my future Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, this grandson is still too tender. Qin Xiang really wanted to let Long Shui out right now and let her have a fight with Prince Imperial Dragon. He wanted to see just how strong Long Shui was and how he would call Prince Imperial Dragon his grandson. The attack of the naked man was extremely fierce, but it was clear that he did not plan to fight Prince Imperial Dragon to the death. Both sides had kept a hand in the fight, and now they were only testing each other's strength. But the scene of the battle was extremely shocking. Suddenly, Prince Imperial Dragon's lips moved slightly. He was chanting an incantation, and one look was enough to tell that he was about to use his heavenly dragon seal. Crack! A thunderclap resounded throughout the sky as a streak of lightning split the sky and descended. It instantly struck the body of the burly man with a naked body, directly penetrating through his head. Qin Xiang had used this before, but this was specially used to deal with those who wanted to escape from the enemy with extreme speed. Now was not the right time to use the flash dragon punishment. The bald man's hair danced wildly from the hacking, and he suddenly became angry. One of his arms suddenly swelled up more than 10 times, making his body look very uneven, even though his body was also very tall and dysprosium. The gigantic arm didn't slow him down in the slightest. With a twist of his body, he actually avoided Prince Imperial Dragon's Ning dragon punishment. The gigantic arm was like a gigantic golden hammer, moving so fast that it left an afterimage in the air as it smashed onto Prince Imperial Dragon's head. Boo! Oh. Prince Imperial Dragon dodged the attack during the most dangerous moment, and when his fist landed on the ground, the force penetrated deep into the ground, causing it to explode underground, causing the ground to be like a fountain, spouting out a large amount of rock and soil into the sky. All of you stop! Don't destroy sacred sacrificed altar! An expert from an ancient faction shouted. Everyone was just enjoying themselves, but Prince Imperial Dragon and the Great Strength Race stopped. They looked at each other with calm eyes, as if they had no hatred in them at all. Everyone was just enjoying themselves, but Prince Imperial Dragon and the Great Strength Race stopped. They looked at each other with calm eyes, as if they had no hatred in them at all. There are very few great strength races in the heaven realm. I never thought that I would meet such an outstanding great strength race here. If I have the chance to try again, you and I both know that we can't just go all out and fight them. Prince Imperial Dragon said lightly. That's right. The man nodded. Why don't we go into the city and have a drink? Looking at him, he seemed to be intending to befriend this young ranker from Great Strength Race. What surprised Qin Xiang was that the burly man from Great Strength Race had actually left with him. Haha, this grandson's mastery of Heavenly Dragon Seal is not good. Otherwise he would not have used Dragon Flash punishment just now. Maybe he only mastered this. Long Shui smiled proudly from within the ring. What's so funny about that? Qin Xiang said as his mouth twitched. He knew that the Prince Imperial Dragon would come looking for him sooner or later, because he knew the primal Chaos Dragon Curse and the Heavenly Dragon Seal, and he also had the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Furthermore, the White Tiger had killed one of his followers. As the son of the Dragon Emperor, he doesn't even have the memories of a Heavenly Dragon Seal. And this was even taught to him by his father, but he has it since the moment I was born. Long Shui laughed. The White Tiger shook its head. What exactly is going on with this little demon from Great Strength Race? Has always had enmity with him. I can't forget it wrong. What's that? Maybe something happened in Great Strength Race, and I plan to reconcile with him, but there's a high possibility that I'll submit to him. Li Baojun said as he flew towards the Heaven Thunder City. Looks like Great Strength Race is going to intervene in this matter. That fellow from before could only be considered a junior in Great Strength Race, and the old one should be in Heaven Thunder City, the White Tiger said. When he returned to the Heaven Thunder City, Chun Xiang saw the big-sized man who was fighting against the Prince Imperial Dragon. He had changed into a set of extremely clean black clothes, looking like he was rich. "You are Xiao Chao's master?" The big-sized man looked at Chun Xiang and asked coldly, "That's right. What's wrong?" Chun Xiang never thought that this big-sized man would actually look for him. "It's nothing. Xiao Chou said before that you are the strongest human among the young generation. I will definitely kill you, because you are Xiao Chao's master. People of our great strength race cannot have a human master. Furthermore, I want to obtain your green dragon demon-slain broadsword." Hearing that, Chun Xiang clenched his fists tightly and was about to attack. However, the people of great strength race had no intention to fight him and turned to leave. "I am Xiaolong. I'll give you a little more time to raise your strength to my level. I don't want to kill you so easily." Chun Xiang sighed slightly. The people of great strength race were extremely arrogant. He knew that Xiao Chou was the same as the others. This guy belongs to the great strength race, but he has the Imperial Dragon race's bloodline. What's going on? He had also noticed it just now. A great strength race with the bloodline of an Imperial Dragon race. Chun Xiang and Long Shui were both shocked. If this was the case, then this Xiao Long must be very strong. That little b, A-S-T-A-R, D Xiao Chou took me as his master. Why did he kill me? Chun Xiang scolded in a low voice. But it's fine too. Looks like Xiao Chou did not do well in great strength race. It's all because of this reason that I killed him and let great strength race and the rest see him. Humph. Those fellows from the great strength race are becoming more and more unyielding. Besides having an arrogant mouth, it's just a fart. Have they forgotten how the sacred dragon lineage suppressed them back then? I never thought that great strength race and I would have a secret relations. I plus P. Could it be that we have to lower our heads to Imperial Dragon race? Long Shui said in disdain, "Little scoundrel, why don't this Dragon Emperor take action and deal with both this Prince Imperial Dragon and this Xiao Long? The one being challenged is me. Don't cause trouble." Chun Xiang didn't care about Xiao Long at all, but he was more concerned about Prince Imperial Dragon because Prince Imperial Dragon knew how to win over people's hearts. He was worried that it wouldn't be long before Prince Imperial Dragon established a very powerful force in Ditian. It was already very difficult for Heaven Realm to come here, but Prince Imperial Dragon didn't need to use Nirvana Doom, so they could stay here for a long time. However, Chun Xiang was different. After crossing the 9 Nirvana tribulations, he would level up. 3 days pa-s, said by quickly and those that partook. 1. P. Aided in the 3 realms talk had already arrived at the top of sacred, sacrificed altar. Other than that, there were also a few leaders of some small forces in the demon and devil realms who brought some strong subordinates. Each power could only send 10 people, and most of the ancient powers could only send 10 people. On the other hand, those who were familiar with Chun Xiang were somewhat surprised, especially Gu Dongqin and the others. However, Huang Jintian and the other Chen Martial Continent S could only bring 2 people with them. That place was unknown how dangerous it was, and Yun Xiaodao and the others had better places to cultivate. Chun Xiang did not want to bring them to danger because they were, after all, one of the few people in the dragon subduing school. Great strength races, Xiao Long also came. He followed a tall and big old man, and their team also had 10 people. What surprised Chun Xiang was that the Prince Imperial Dragon was actually able to gather all 10 of them. Other than him and his follower, the rest were 8 burly men who looked like 8 dragons. Sacred sacrificed altar was extremely huge, and even if a lot of people were to stand on it, it would not be crowded. We've already obtained the offerings. Right now, all we need to do is to release our powers together and activate the altar's powers. We can open a SPAC gate and head to the place where our ancestors stored a large amount of Dtion's resources. An ancient powers leader said. In the middle of sacred sacrificed altar was a big pit. Those ancient powers had all thrown a few living fierce, evil barbarian beasts. There were a lot of them. From now on, everyone just needs to release their own power. The sacred sacrificed altar will absorb your power by himself, and then open the SPAC gate. Heaven Thunder City had already been temporarily sealed off from the city, so no one was allowed to go near. Otherwise, they would be affected or even killed by the power of the altar. Everyone held back a little, as they did not release all of their power in one breath. However, this also caused the sacred sacrificed altar to flash with an extremely strong light, and from there, a black spatial gate appeared above the sacred sacrificed altar. That's enough. There is also a sacred sacrificed altar in that world. When the time comes, we will use the same method to return. According to the agreement, the first to enter was an Xian's ancient faction. They were leading the charge. Only after the ancient factions had all entered the SPAC gate did everyone begin to fly up into the sky. The SPAC gate was getting smaller and smaller as well. If they didn't hurry up, then it would close. Only after the ancient factions had all entered the SPAC gate did everyone begin to fly up into the sky. The SPAC gate was getting smaller and smaller as well. If they didn't hurry up, then it would close. In order to not miss the opportunity, everyone increased their speed and entered the spatial gate. Not long after, there was no one above sacred, sacrificed altar. After entering the spatial gate, everyone landed on a very dilapidated sacred, sacrificed altar. This sacred sacrificed altar was the same as the previous one, only the one here was very shabby, covered with weeds and covered with vines. Everyone looked up at the sky. It was no different from Dtion's, surrounded by mountains. However, what they were looking at was not spiritual energy, but immortal chi. Even though it was very thin immortal energy, it caused many old fellows from ancient powers to be extremely excited. They thought that it would take a very long time before they could absorb this familiar immortal energy. It's actually immortal chi. Could it be that because of the abundance of resources in this SPAC, it evolved into a higher grade SPC? A person said excitedly, "It's immortal chi, but this place is relatively spa. RSE. I think this place is similar to the heaven realm. There should be places with dense immortal chi. Maybe all of these are spiritual crystal." Chun Xiang's expression was solemn, because he felt that this place was extremely familiar. Many people noticed his expression, and he suddenly looked towards the big shots of the ancient powers. "What's wrong?" "Dragon, subduing school of the dragon, subduing school." An old man said, "We aren't lying to you, right? What kind of expression is that?" Chun Xiang shouted, "You bunch of BASTARDS. This is the sacred Dan realm. You have the resources, but you have to be able to SNATC away the alchemist here." When they had just arrived here, Chun Xiang, Long Shui, Baiyu, and Su Meiyao were all very surprised. It was because the immortal energy here gave them a very familiar feeling and also gave them a certain degree of gravity. This. Impossible. How could this be a sacred Dan realm? An old man immediately retorted, "This world was created by our ancestors to store the resources on top of Dtion, who is about to be destroyed." Chun Xiang originally thought that he would be very strong when he returned to the sacred Dan realm, but he never thought that he would actually come here in such a manner. That's why the sacred Dan realm is the heaven of the alchemist. "I came here once before, I can't be wrong." Chun Xiang laughed coldly. "If you don't believe me, go out and ask a few people." Chun Xiang had actually come to the sacred Dan realm. How did he do it? Many people now believed Chun Xiang's words. There's no need to look for him. Someone's coming. A lot of them. They're very strong. The white tiger suddenly said, "These people are here in full fury. I think it's best for us to run." Many of them were relieved to see the great clan elder, dragon subduing school. But now that the white tiger had said such words, everyone's faces immediately changed. Elder Sister Mengner, if you are separated, you will find a place called Zilon Mountain Valley. The Valley Master's name is Yen Xylin and is very famous in Sacred Dan Realm. This Sacred Dan Realm is not simple. In the past, I caused a lot of trouble here and caused a lot of trouble. But those guys probably thought I was dead, but now. Back then, he had Pa-S set his skills to Yen Xylin, the Xylin immortal fairy, telling her to walk less of the detour in the divine way. So Yen Xylin would definitely help them. Little scoundrel, you have to take care of yourself. Since you have already grown to such a stage, I am very happy for you, but I am also very worried for you. Lu Menger sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. She had long antic. 1. P. aided that Chen Xiang would do something, but she had not expected it to be like this. An extremely terrifying aura came from all directions, followed by a dense crowd of people. The strength of these people were uncertain, and it was obvious that they had been guarding this place for a period of time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. This sacred sacrificed altar was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. When Qin Xiang first came to the Sacred Dan Realm, he did not have a complete understanding of the Sacred Dan Realm. Even the strong warriors at that time did not know everything about the Sacred Dan Realm. But the people who surrounded the sacred sacrificed altar were mostly strong, and now everyone understood why the white tiger said that he wanted to run. We came from Di Tian. Everyone, we have no enmity with you. An elder from an ancient faction hurriedly said, as long as it's someone from here, we'll kill them. An old man from the Sacred Dan realm shouted. Qin Xiang hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Huang Jintian. Master, if you don't understand the Sacred Dan realm, after you scatter, go find an old man called Du Hai. He is a person from the Du family. It should be very easy for you to find his residence. At this time, the people of Sacred Dan realm had already rushed over. It's Qin Xiang. An old man suddenly shouted. As expected of this guy, he has been wanted by the Sacred Dan realm for many years. I never thought that he would appear now. He has 7 Chaos Fire token. Quickly catch him. There's also a bottle of holy water of Qianyang. Capture him, and we can obtain 5 trillion spar S and 100,000 kilograms of immortal jades. The people from the sacred sacrificed altar were all shocked. They never thought that Chen Xiang could actually stir up such a big commotion in the Sacred Dan realm. You bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. All of you were played by the Chaotic Mountain. Chen Xiang picked up the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and slashed at the group of people Russ. H-I, plussing over, causing a wave of dragon power to surge out like a tidal wave. It struck towards the group of people and instantly swept them off the ground. It's the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword. Chen Xiang coldly snorted. If you want to capture this father, all of you are too inexperienced. As he said that, he rushed into the crowd and ruthlessly slashed a few times. Using the extremely powerful dragon power and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, he set off waves of energy that swept away those who did not have much strength. Chaos Fire Token is the Chaotic Mountain's most precious treasure. Since you stole 7 of them, now is the time for the items to return to their rightful owner. An old man suddenly appeared behind him, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It caused all the ancient powers giants to be shocked. Old guys from the Chaotic Mountain, the Chaos Fire Token is not yours. You are only worried about being killed by the Chaos Fire Token, so you didn't allow anyone to obtain the Chaos Fire Token. Qin Xiang immediately took out 2 Chaos Fire Token S and released a silver flame to protect his body. The old man from Chaotic Mountain originally wanted to give him a slap, but after seeing the silver flame, he immediately retracted his hand, his face filled with fear. Right at this time, Chun Xiang stepped on the shrinking step and ran towards a distant mountain. Disciples of the chaotic mountain, listen to my orders. Disregarding everything else, I will pursue and kill Qin Xiang with all my might. The old man shouted angrily, and tens of thousands of people immediately flew towards Qin Xiang, their shouts earth-shaking, extremely shocking. Until now, Qin Xiang had already assimilated 3 Chaos Fire token. It was probably because of this that he was able to see that the group of people just now were all from the chaotic mountain. It was just that he did not expect that if he ran, he would lure all the people from the chaotic mountain away. Until now, Qin Xiang had already assimilated 3 Chaos Fire token. It was probably because of this that he was able to see that the group of people just now were all from the chaotic mountain. It was just that he did not expect that if he ran, he would lure all the people from the chaotic mountain away. Hearing the words Chaos Fire token, the white tiger's body trembled. He did not think that Qin Xiang would actually get 7 pieces. He seemed to know about the Chaos Fire token situation. Leader has left. Li Baojun sighed. Being able to come to Sacred Dan Realm is also not bad. This is Alchemist's holy realm. Qin Xiang had just told them that they could go find Du Hai, the Dan Immortal, and settle down. The White Tiger had already heard from Qin Xiang that there was a starry sky white tiger race in Sacred Dan Realm, so he planned to look for him himself now. Sacred Dan Realm, they seemed to be using spar as well. That brat probably bought quite a few high-leveled pills here, and then went back to scam others. Huang Jintian looked at Gu Dongqin and then asked, "Have you brought enough spar with you?" Yao Shumi said, "I hope that we can find some undiscovered mines here. If not for Qin Xiang, we would have attacked them just now. Those fellows are very strong." LV Qinlian looked around. "I do need the resources in this place, but if I want to obtain them, it will be difficult. We can't go back for now. Let's get familiar with this Sacred Dan realm first." An ancient powers leader said, "We'll gather here again 10 years later. Take care, everyone. We'll be leaving first." Soon after, those ancient powers all went their own ways. They all went their own ways in order to avoid fighting over good things when they were together. Elderly, I have some private matters to attend to. He wanted to find Bai Xing, and I also want to walk around here alone. I want to see how the alchemists are like. Li Baojun nodded. The White Tiger and Li Baojun also left. The other small powers were discussing about the alliance, but at this time, another group of people rushed over. There were even more people than before, as many as 100,000 people. D-A-M-N. This Sacred Dan realm is too unfriendly. Everyone saw that the other side had so many people, and all the rankers had already left. They all flew away from the sacred, sacrificed altar, and in an instant all of them scattered. Big Bro ran off by himself again. I wonder how he'll fare in the future. At this time, Xue Xianxian, and Wu Qianqian were walking behind Lu Menger, and behind them were Dongfang Xinyue and Hua Xiangyue. The few girls were in a forest, because Hua Xiangyue had said that there might be spirit medicine inside. You have to follow this kid. At the very least, you have to have the strength of the great elder beside him. Otherwise, you won't be able to deal with the enemy he is facing. Lu Menger sighed, not mentioning Lin Yulan. Even she was not strong enough. Elder brother Xiao Xiang is like this. It's not like you don't know. Xue Xianxian did not mind, as she was completely at ease with her husband. We should discuss our next plan, Dongfang Xinyue said. At this time, he and the other girls had all changed into suits that were convenient to move around. I will first search for spiritual medicine here, then leave this place and inquire about a place called Zilon Mountain Valley. That kid told me that I can find an acquaintance of his there. Lu Menger said, Is it a woman? Hua Xiangyue asked. Yes, sir. The girls were silent, other than Lung Yulan and Dongfang Xinyue, who didn't really care about this. They secretly cursed in their hearts. I finally found you. LV Chinlian brought two mature and seductive women, falling from the sky, and stood in front of Lu Menger and the others. Yao Shumi also appeared along with her. She had a very good relations. HI plus P with LV Chinlian, and she only brought one person. We're all girls, let's be together. LV Chinlian chuckled and came to Lu Menger's side. Lu Menger and the others knew that this demon empress was not bad, and her strength was also strong. Yao Shumi looked at Xue Xianxian and laughed. The man in your family is really powerful. He can even provoke trouble in Sacred Dan Realm, and it seems that he has provoked a very powerful force. Xue Xianxian stuck out her tongue and laughed. I have long gotten used to it. Within this group of 10 or so ladies, they were searching for spiritual medicine in the forest. What surprised Hua Xiangyue the most was that LV Chinlian's ability in finding spiritual medicine was also very brilliant, and he had a good understanding of spiritual medicine. On the other side, Huang Jintian brought Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, as well as 2 elders from Peach Island, and entered a stone mountain. Luckily that kid didn't bring my son. Lian Yingxiao said, Old Lian, why are you so concerned about your son? I remember that you had a huge conflict with him in the past. Gu Dongqin was completely puzzled, because Ming Dong is more promising. He's the one that I'm more satisfied with. Lian Yingxiao curled his lips and said, You don't have a son, so you won't understand. Huang Jintian looked at the tall and big stone mountains around him. To be able to come to a high realm that I'm not familiar with is truly exciting. Martial ancestor, even if you are excited, don't bring us down a path of death. Gu Dongqin anxiously said, Don't worry, let's do some calculations. We won't die so soon. Huang Jintian laughed. Right after he finished speaking, a terrifying beast roar came out. The rocks suddenly exploded, and dozens of gigantic black bears appeared. Seeing these black bears that were as big as mountains, Gu Dongqin wanted to curse out loud. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Huang Jintian shouted as he ran far away. Wu Keiming and the others were cursing in their hearts as they ran. They were supposed to be showing off their skills, but who knew they could run so fast? Chun Xiang stepped on the shrinking step as he brandished his blade and attacked a few people behind him. When he felt that it was about time, he used the power of the spatial laws and used all his strength to allow himself to travel through S.P.C. In an instant, he disappeared and arrived beside a large river. This is troublesome. I did not expect to come to this D.A.M. Ned Place, the strength of Chaotic Mountains group, is truly terrifying. Chun Xiang laid in the river. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, he laughed. Luckily, these guys are very afraid of the Chaos Fire Token's flames. With my current strength, I can use these fire tokens to release quite a lot of flames. After the traders took all of D. Tian's resources, they all hid in this place. In that case, there must be treasures here. I think those ancient powers knew where the treasures were, but they didn't say anything. Su Meiyao said, That's right, maybe they all have treasure maps left behind by their ancestors. In the end, they were still tricked by this group of people. However, it doesn't matter. They will definitely anger many powers. When the time comes, perhaps even they won't be able to return to D. Tian. Chun Xiang said. Chun Xiang no longer had Luo Tian Gate S. Otherwise, he would have been able to teleport there. However, based on his experiences in the Sacred Dan Realm, this place should be on the 10th floor of the Sacred Dan Realm. Chun Xiang no longer had Luo Tian Gate S. Otherwise, he would have been able to teleport there. However, based on his experiences in the Sacred Dan Realm, this place should be on the 10th floor of the Sacred Dan Realm. The terrain of the Sacred Dan Realm was like a ladder. The highest 18th floor was the strongest, and the gravity was also very strong. When D. Tian was about to break up, those traitorous powers definitely plundered the most precious resources. Thus, there weren't too many of them. I think they should hide these things together. Bai Yu said, especially immortal jade, spiritual crystal. If you store them all in one place, the more the better. It can even improve the quality. If it's a strange plant, it's the same. That's right. Only if they join hands can they create a powerful array formation to protect those things. Su Meiyao also agreed. Forget it. I'll go to the highest levels first. There must have been some huge change in the entire Sacred Dan realm. In the past, there wouldn't be this many people coming out from Chaotic Mountain, but now there are tens of thousands of them, and I feel that the Chaotic Mountain has already ruled over the entire Sacred Dan realm. Chen Xiang took out the Chaos Fire token. These Chaos Fire token were related to the primal chaos world, and Long Shui had said that the ancient books of her Imperial Dragon race recorded that the people inside those Chaotic Mountainess could very likely be from the primal chaos clan. I want to go to Heaven's sacred city to find an old acquaintance. Chen Xiang used a transformation technique, changing his appearance to that of a middle-aged man, concealing his presence, and then leaped into the air, stepped on a shrinking step, and rushed towards the top of Sacred Dan realm. The Heaven's sacred city was a large and important city in the 18th floor of the tower. He might be able to find Yan Xilan there, but Yan Xilan had already announced that he would cultivate in seclusion. Chen Xiang, don't even think about escaping. Chen Xiang suddenly heard a familiar voice sound out from behind him, and started to secretly curse in his heart. The person who had arrived was actually the Prince Imperial Dragon, and other than that, there were also his followers and the 8 dragons. And the Great Strength race. They're actually together. Chen Xiang was shocked. He immediately rushed down into the forest. He alone could not face so many experts. Are you going to use the Chaos Fire token? Chen Xiang started to run in the forest. Waves after waves of terrifying power continued to descend from the sky. Best not to use it. Don't forget that the reason you were able to fuse with Chaos Fire token back then was probably because of the dragon blood. If it wasn't effective on those dragons, it would be hard for you to escape. Long Shui said, "How did these guys know I was here?" Chen Xiang had already activated his water escape technique to allow himself to escape from the ground and appear on the large river. Right now, he had to return to the first floor, where a piece of a mortal poisoning devil forest was the safest. I remember now, there is a treasure in the Imperial Dragon race that was specially used to search for green dragon demon-slain broadswordess. It was refined by some old dragons in order to recall their green dragon demon-slain broadswordess. As long as it is within a certain range, they can sense the direction. Long Shui said, "You have fused with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. I am afraid you will not be able to avoid the reaction of the treasure. This is truly troublesome. How many areas are there within a certain range?" Chen Xiang also felt a headache coming on. He stepped on the shrinking step on the surface of the river and followed the flow. I don't know, but it will take a lot of energy to use that magical equipment. As long as you break that magical equipment, they won't be able to track you. Long Shui thought for a moment, then said, "Only dragons can use that treasure. It's mainly used to absorb dragon power. If you see anyone holding that treasure, you can follow that treasure and absorb its energy, and just pour that into your dragon power." But that magical equipment is pretty powerful. It's not easy to explode, even if you and my dragon power combined can't. They're chasing again. They're really fast. Long Shui said, "Use all your strength to run. When we have the chance, kill them all." Fortunately, Chen Xiang still had some understanding of the Sacred Dan realm, so he ran towards the first floor. As long as he went to the immortal poisoning devil forest there, he would be safe. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought the big white cat with me. Long Shui said with regret. No, with a white tiger, his ident. 1. Tai will be exposed sooner or later. When that happens, who's strong enough to know where the white tiger is? Not only us, but also the white tiger. Qin Xiang said. He had already heard from Qin Xiang that the white tiger could not easily reveal his ident. 1 Tai. The Sacred Dan realm was a high-level world. The experts that Chun Xiang had met last time were not the strongest here, because it was said that there was a pill saint in the chaotic mountain. If there was an existence of this level, there was a high chance that there would be a saint who was mentioned by the white tiger. Prince Imperial Dragon and the others chased very closely. They were all very strong, so even if they had been chasing for many days, they would not get tired. That was why they dared to do this, seeing that Chun Xiang did not have the white tiger by his side. Chun Xiang had been chased for a few days and had finally reached the first level, and even entered the immortal poisoning devil forest. Your Highness, the poison in this forest is very powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this forest was once stained with the dragon's blood. It is very likely that the missing poison dragon died here. The follower came out from immortal poisoning devil forest with a trace of fear. The immortal poisoning devil forest was shrouded in poisonous miasma. All of the flowers and trees inside carried poisonous miasma. If the strange flowers and plants inside were not poisonous, then it meant that these strange plants were extremely powerful and had the ability to resist poison. If we want to go in, we'll need to use at least half of our strength to resist the poison, and we can't consume too much of the other half. An old man from Great Strength Race said, "Let's go. Even Chun Xiang can enter. Why can't we?" Xiao Long tightly clenched his fists as he looked at the immortal poisoning devil forest in front of him. Lock on to his position. Let's go in together and take him down. Prince Imperial Dragon had already made a decision. They would not give up until this point. The last time Chun Xiang entered the deeper parts of the immortal poisoning devil forest, he did not meet any ferocious poisonous beast because of Du Hai. However, it was different now, and he planned to enter even deeper, where even Du Hai did not dare to enter. The poisonous beast here shouldn't even be afraid of the dragon's qi, because this place already has a very dense dragon's qi. If they were to meet a living dragon, I reckon many strong, poisonous beasts would be interested in it. Long Shui laughed. Only the weak, poisonous beast would be afraid of the dragon qi. The strong ones were not afraid. They even treated the dragon as a delicacy. The last time he was here, he was already chasing after a dragon with Du Hai. He never thought that it would actually be 10 dragons and a group of great strength race chasing after him, which made him feel that it was somewhat funny. Of course, when Chun Xiang came here this time, he was much more powerful than last time. Furthermore, he had the shrinking step, which had fused with the spatial rule spiritual bead, allowing him to have the ability to travel through S-P-A-C. However, Prince Imperial Dragon and the rest were different. After entering deeper in, the poisonous miasma was even stronger, so they had no choice but to slow down their pace. Right now, they could only find the direction of Chun Xiang through the treasure. They were still far from Chun Xiang, and they still had to rest. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the immortal poisoning devil forest, turning the poison mist into a poisonous aura. Following that, a thunderous roar that came from a beast the whole day sounded out, shattering a large part of the trees. This, a very strong aura. Prince Imperial Dragon's expression changed slightly. Arrogant Pill Geode, 1055's arrogant Pill Geode from. Arrogant Pill G. Oh, D1055's arrogant Pill G. Oh, D. from. Chun Xiang was located deeper within the immortal poisoning devil forest, and the roar from the beast just now had come from there. From the roar from the beast, it seemed to be warning them not to come any closer. Baidu search. Read the latest chapter. Although Chun Xiang and the Prince Imperial Dragon were quite a distance away from the poisonous beast, the poisonous beast could feel the dragon's qi. With 10 dragons approaching at the same time, the poisonous beast did not want to clash with the dragons, so it gave out a warning. Even though he knew there was a poisonous beast in front, Chun Xiang still continued to rush forward. Although that place was dangerous for him too, the more dangerous the place was, the safer it would be at times. At least if those dragons and great strength race were near, they would clash with that poisonous beast. Keep chasing. Prince Imperial Dragon considered for a moment before shouting. As a prince imperial dragon with 9 dragons and a few powerful great strength race, how could he be afraid of a wild beast? In a mortal poisoning devil forest, the green poisonous miasma was denser. After the gust of wind, the green poisonous miasma was like a demon possessed, undulating up and down, flapping its claws and making waves of noises, making this poisonous miasma filled with death forest appear even more eerie. Chun Xiang's face was gloomy. Perspiration trickled down his forehead, and his footsteps became heavier and heavier. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was beating very quickly, even though he knew that there was an extremely terrifying poisonous beast up ahead. He still felt his heart tremble. That poisonous beast seemed to have the ability to transcend the heavens, as it unknowingly gave off an aura that made people despair, making people feel that the closer they got to it, the closer they felt to death. Do you know what's up ahead? Chun Xiang asked Long Shui as he slowed down his speed by a lot. I don't know, but I just want you to be very strong. You have to be prepared for serious injuries. Of course, if you are not discovered, then you are safe. Long Shui said. The Prince Imperial Dragon wore a golden crown on his head, and he wore a magnificent golden dragon robe. His handsome face was expressionless, and so were the 9 dragon-shaped men beside him. Your Highness, do you really want to continue going in? Chun Xiang obviously brought us here on purpose, although we do not know what is inside, but their power is extremely terrifying, and it will be difficult for us to deal with them. A red armored man said. This was a follower prince, Imperial Dragon, brought from Heaven Realm. You have to go in. You have to use the earth shrinking art together. We have to stop Chun Xiang before he goes in. From the moment he had met Chun Xiang, he had always wanted to eliminate Chun Xiang. He didn't know who had said down to Chun Xiang the divine arts that only Dragon Emperor could learn, but he couldn't allow other than his father for others to learn the Emperor Dragon divine arts. They stopped. The 10 big men formed a circle, with Prince Imperial Dragon and the other great strength race people in the middle. Remember to consume a medicinal pill to recover later. The earth withdrawal art will consume a huge amount of energy. Prince Imperial Dragon warned him, only to see the 10 big-sized men shouting, "Our rate, SHI," plus Ning with a gold light, quickly spinning. They started to move. In a blink of an eye, they had traveled a long distance. Chun Xiang, who was flying in the air, suddenly saw a golden light, and saw a group of people suddenly appear in front of him. It was Prince Imperial Dragon's group. It's ground withdrawal. Why didn't I think they would use this? This is an ability of the Imperial Dragon race to travel through SPAC. However, the energy consumed is extremely huge and normally requires more than 10 people to use it. Long Shui shouted, Chun Xiang, you can't escape. The Prince Imperial Dragon sneered. He transformed into a golden rainbow and rushed towards Chun Xiang, his hand turning into a dragon claw, grabbing towards Chun Xiang's head. Chun Xiang revolved the power of the spatial laws, took a step forward, traveled through SPAC and disappeared, leaving nothing behind for the Prince Imperial Dragon. I thought I could fight you fairly, but I didn't expect you to be so mediocre as to send a bunch of people to capture me. I've overestimated you. Chun Xiang's disdainful voice came out. The crowd silently cursed, and actually allowed Chun Xiang to escape, just like that. Chun Xiang had mastered the power of the spatial laws, but just now he did not manage to release any of his spatial energy, so these people did not know how he managed to escape. Keep chasing. Prince Imperial Dragon's face revealed anger. He shouted and ran towards the direction of Chun Xiang's voice. Your Highness! The burly man in red armor let out a helpless cry and could only continue to chase after him. One side had to defend against the poison mist, while the other had to use up all their energy to run. If they were to be attacked by the poisonous beast they had to defend, it was extremely difficult for them. However, Chun Xiang was not afraid. His recovery speed was extremely shocking, and with his impenetrable, he was like a fish in water within the immortal poisoning devil forest. Ah! Long Shui screamed. I feel it. No wonder there's such a terrifying fellow here. The dragon pearl of the poisonous dragon that died here is still alive. Could it be that the poisonous beast in front is absorbing the power of the poisoned dragon pearl? That's right. Maybe the dragon pearl is too big, and it's not easy to take away, and it contains a lot of energy. Qinxiang said, Didn't you say in the past that the more powerful a dragon was, the smaller the dragon pearl? That poisonous dragon is very powerful, so the dragon pearl should be very small. However, the dragon pearl of the poison dragon is very special. You must know that even though the poison dragon has transformed into a human, he is still a very large giant. Long Shui said, Legend has it that guy was born with a giant dragon pearl. Not long after, Qinxiang saw waves of red light shoot out in front of him. That dense dragon qi was extremely demonic, and within the red light there was an extremely strong poison. Qinxiang's eyes flashed with a golden light as he activated Chaos Divine Eye and pierced through the thick red fog. As expected, he saw a red bead that was as tall as a mountain in front of him. Be careful! Just as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake. Once Qinxiang released his divine power, it covered the area in front of him. He could sense that there was a large group of poisonous beasts approaching him from all directions, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. This is a good opportunity. You can use the dragon power inside the dragon pearl to destroy the treasure that was chasing you. Long Shui said. Qinxiang once again used the power of the spatial laws and charged through the group of poisonous beasts, arriving beside the gigantic red dragon pearl. It's the dragon pearl of a poisonous dragon. It really is the legendary poisonous dragon. Prince Imperial Dragon suddenly became excited, but he was extremely worried because the dangerous aura was becoming denser and denser. Qinxiang used his divine power to lock onto the square plate in the hands of a big-sized man, which was his tracking treasure. He activated the devouring magic kung fu, absorbing the dragon power inside the huge dragon pearl into his body, and then imbued it into the treasure. In one breath, Qinxiang devoured an extremely large amount of dragon power and almost caused the meridians in his entire body to explode. In one breath, Qinxiang devoured an extremely large amount of dragon power and almost caused the meridians in his entire body to explode. One breath. Qinxiang shouted. He had devoured a lot of dragon power, and it was extremely violent as well. Adding the dragon power of himself and Long Shui, it was more than enough to swallow that treasure. This is bad. The man saw the square plate in his hand tremble and immediately shouted, wanting to put it away. Bang! Fong Pan suddenly exploded in the big-sized man's hands, and at the same time, the group of poisonous beasts rushed towards them. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Prince Imperial Dragon reacted and knew that it was Qinxiang who broke the treasure. If they wanted to track Qinxiang now, it would be troublesome, since they had to face a large group of poisonous beasts. Beautiful! Long Shui laughed and shouted, Kill this dragon pearl. I feel that the powerful guy is inside this dragon pearl. Qinxiang looked at the blood-red, enormous dragon pearl in front of him and couldn't help but SHI+ver in his heart. The fellow who had made him tremble with fear the entire way had actually entered this dragon pearl to cultivate. Fine, one doesn't need to do it first. Two doesn't need to do it. Qinxiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and leaped into the air. With a loud roar, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword suddenly became extremely huge and released a powerful aura. This huge divine blade seemed as if it could easily cleave the heavens and the earth. Stop! Prince Imperial Dragon already knew what Qinxiang was going to do. Hurry and retreat! Prince Imperial Dragon shouted in anger. Boo! Oh. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword landed on top of the gigantic dragon pearl, and after Qin Xiang poured a lot of power into the blade, it became extremely heavy, and it was so easy that it split apart the gigantic dragon pearl. Ewo! A roar came out. The group of poisonous beasts were all blasted apart by the angry sound wave. The dragon pearl that was broken was shattered by a strong and angry force, bringing about a burst of gale that swept out in all directions. The entire land was like a rolling sea. A large amount of soil and forests were shaken by the violent power until they looked like a surging tide. The thunderous roar from earlier had shaken the entire sacred Dan realm, especially the first floor. Right now, it was in the midst of the aftershocks, and the 18th floor was also shaking violently. Big trouble, haha. Qin Xiang had already shuttled through S.P.A.C. continuously, using the fastest speed he could muster to leave this immortal poisoning devil forest. As for the group of people from Prince Imperial Dragon, he felt that even if they managed to escape, they would suffer heavy losses. The instant Qin Xiang slashed open the dragon pearl, he left through S.P.A.C. He couldn't see what was inside. In short, the things inside were extremely terrifying. He felt that he would need the white tiger to go all out to kill it. Prince Imperial Dragon suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did he waste so many days, he even let the treasure that could only track Green Dragon Demon Slain broadsword be destroyed. And now he was even trapped in an extremely dangerous situation. Qin Xiang was already Russ. Plus-ing towards the 18th floor. As long as there were no treasures, it would not be easy to find him. He had already been away from the immortal poisoning devil forest for a few days, but nothing was chasing him. The Qin Xiang who took away 7 pieces of the Chaotic Mountain's Chaos Fire token all those years ago was actually still alive, and had even returned in an extremely domineering manner. After killing many people in the Chaotic Mountain, the bounty the Chaotic Mountain placed on him had increased once again, and the streets and alleys were filled with his portraits. The Chaos Fire token were extremely important to the Chaotic Mountain, and this was something that everyone knew. Back then, in order to capture Qin Xiang, the Chaotic Mountain had intentionally released a few Chaos Fire token to attract Qin Xiang. But who knew that not only did they not catch Qin Xiang, they were even taken away by Qin Xiang? At that time, everyone thought that he had died, but in the end, the people from Chaotic Mountain found out that the Chaos Fire token still existed. As long as the Chaos Fire token was still there, it meant that Qin Xiang was not dead, so they kept bounty on Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang used his shrinking step and stepped on the clouds as he ran in the air. Suddenly, he heard a scream from below. This voice is very familiar. It seems to belong to that stupid girl Jing Jing. Long Shui said, "It is indeed Dongfang Jing's voice. Why is he here?" When Qin Xiang heard the voice, his heart could not help but tighten. Although this simple girl was somewhat stupid, she was still extremely lovable. He immediately flew down, and high up in the sky, he saw a young man laughing wickedly while dragging his clothes. Dongfang Jing's clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in tears. There were 2 purple-robed elders, not too far away from the young man. One of them shouted, "Kid, hurry up and finish this. We still have to hurry on our way. I will make sure this little girl dies comfortably soon, haha." The young man laughed sinisterly. When Qin Xiang saw this scene, he was infuriated. He immediately teleported through S.P.A.C. and appeared behind the young man, activating Angry Dragon Slay. He released a furious roar and slashed diagonally in the air, chopping the young man into 2. "Jing Jing, don't be afraid." After Qin Xiang released Dongfang Jing, Dongfang Jing immediately began to cry bitterly. She took out a sword, gritted her teeth, and started to chop at the young man's body, crying out loud with a face full of grief and indignation. The 2 violet-robed men, hearing the furious roars of the dragons, immediately hurried over. "You are Qin Xiang." An old man saw the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in Qin Xiang's hand and shouted in shock. This old man from Purple Moon Imperial Land was not very strong. Although he was able to get through Nirvana tribulation, The other person was very strong. Jingjing, get a good night's sleep. Chun Xiang knocked Dongfang Jing out and placed him into the ring. He knew that Dongfang Jing had definitely received a huge shock and that she had followed Dongfang Chaochuan here. If Dongfang Chaochuan wasn't by her side now, she might very well be killed. Dongfang Lingyun. Chun Xiang recognized one of the old men. It was actually the great elder of the Dongfang family. When Dongfang Lingyun saw Chun Xiang, his face was filled with anger. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Chun Xiang. Brat, you're dead for sure. Dongfang Lingyun's face was sinister. He took out a sword and rushed forward like lightning. The other elder's eyes were also red, because the young man who died was his son. Chun Xiang was currently filled with rage and shouted, "It's you who's going to die." As he spoke, he activated the magical corruption gas stored in his body. The colorless and tasteless magical corruption gas was released by Chun Xiang with a gentle breeze, enveloping his surroundings. The corpse on the ground suddenly turned purplish black, and Dongfang Lingyun's old man also sensed something. It's a demon corruption. Dongfang Lingyun's face changed drastically as he immediately channeled all of his energy to prevent the magical corruption gas from spreading within his body. Before he could finish his words, Chun Xiang had cut his head off. The other old man's face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. "Let's go." Chun Xiang flashed in front of him and slashed at his neck, causing his head to hit the ground and his body to instantly turn into a purple-black color. Although magical corruption gases were powerful, they could only deal with people with strength around the 9th nirvana tribulation. If the Prince Imperial Dragon, who had a powerful body like a dragon, were to be poisoned to death within a short period of time, he would escape. Therefore, Chun Xiang did not dare use the magical corruption gases on these people. Otherwise, this matter would be exposed. Although magical corruption gases were powerful, they could only deal with people with strength around the 9th nirvana tribulation. If the Prince Imperial Dragon, who had a powerful body like a dragon, were to be poisoned to death within a short period of time, he would escape. Therefore, Chun Xiang did not dare use the magical corruption gases on these people. Otherwise, this matter would be exposed. Chun Xiang released a burst of flame and burnt the corpse. When the corpse was burnt to ashes, he saw a folded yellow beast skin. It was not burnt by his flames, and it did not occupy any magical corruption gas either. It could be seen that this beast skin was no ordinary thing. He immediately picked it up, unfurled it, and discovered that it was a map. The powerful warriors of the Purple Moon Imperial Land are basically all dead. Only these few guys came here on behalf of the Purple Moon Imperial Land. Could it be that the treasure on this map is where the ancestors of the Purple Moon Imperial Land hid their treasures? Chun Xiang was a little excited. He carefully looked around, memorized the general location, and then placed the beast skin into the ring. However, the ring was still in his hand, and he had not entered it. What a strange map! It can't even be placed inside the ring. Chun Xiang was startled and tried again a few times, but it still didn't work. It might be that there is some powerful invisible spirit grain inside and cannot be placed inside. Otherwise, these people would not have brought them with them. Su Meiyao said. At this time, she and Bai Yu were taking care of the unconscious Dongfang Jing. Chun Xiang ran towards the location marked on the map. It was right around here. Is that girl all right? Chun Xiang asked. Her internal injuries are very serious, but she's slowly recovering after eating the relived Dan. It seems like she's suffered a huge blow. Su Meiyao sighed lightly and touched Dongfang Jing's face. When she wakes up, I'll comfort her and then take her to find the Warm Moon. Those are her only family members. Chun Xiang sighed, thinking back to how the kind and simple Dongfang Jing had slashed the young man's body with her sword. She could see the hatred in her heart. Chun Xiang followed the map and walked according to it. He wanted to find this place quickly and bring Dongfang Jing to look for him. He hoped that Dongfang Xinyue and the others could follow his instructions to look for the Zilong Mountain Valley. Otherwise, Given how big the sacred Dan realm was, it would not be easy for him to find them. He did not encounter any danger along the way. On the contrary, the terrain was extremely dangerous, but it was nothing to him. The map indicated that the item was hidden within a large mountain. It doesn't seem to be anything big. This thing looks like a very small altar. Chun Xiang arrived outside the mountain and looked at the map, just about to look for the entrance to this building. Can this small altar take me to another place? The map showed that there was a map that looked very similar to the sacred, sacrificed altar inside the mountain. It looked like a small altar. This mountain has a formation. For many years, this mountain has been protected by this formation. Long Shui said. Chan Xiang also noticed it, and he could tell that this array was not simple. Breaking it wouldn't be easy either. He unfolded the beast's skin and walked around the mountain. Suddenly, the beast's skin emitted purple clouds. With a thought, he pointed the beast's skin towards the formation. The entire mountain lit up with purple clouds, and the formation disappeared. As he approached the mountain, he pushed open a huge rock, saw a purple door, and then opened the door with a hide. This ancestor of the Purple Moon Imperial Land is pretty amazing. He can even make a piece of the beast's skin. This amazing. Chun Xiang praised. As he walked along a tunnel, the four walls radiated with a gentle white light. Not long after, he arrived at a stone room. There was indeed a small altar in this room, but it was too small and didn't seem like it was used for transportation. It was only the size of a regular round table, but there was a shallow groove on it. Chun Xiang compared the beast's skin with the previous one and discovered that it was the same size as the one in the groove, barely able to be laid out. After laying it down, a circular array appeared on the beast's skin, like a purple moon. The small altar slowly started to spin, then burst out with a purple light, and a purple square stone piece floated up, looking like a palm in size. However, when Chun Xiang took it over, he felt it was very heavy. There seems to be a void heavenly stone inside this rock. Could this be the treasure? Chun Xiang carefully looked at this purple stone piece, then channeled his Ji, deep power inside. He saw that this stone piece suddenly grew in size, and a map actually appeared on top of it, which made him even more excited. He felt that this was the real treasure. Beast Skin Map cannot be stored in storage magic treasure and cannot be incinerated. This way it can be set down, and this place can be found. When Chun Xiang placed the stone piece at its largest, it was only the size of a bed. He carefully looked at the map on it and realized that this map was only one piece of the map. Do you need many of these pieces for a complete map? Chun Xiang suddenly thought of something. All the ancestors of the ancient powers hid such a stone piece, and the things they hid were all gathered together. Moreover, they needed all of the ancient powers to join hands, so it cannot be lacking. But now he had obtained a piece of the Purple Moon Imperial Land Stone, which meant that if he were to lose them, the efforts of the ancient powers would be in vain. The broken shoes are everywhere, so it doesn't take me any effort to get them, hee. Chun Xiang placed the stone piece into the ring. This stone piece could fit inside a storage magic treasure, unlike the beast skin from before. Chun Xiang left and rushed to the 18th floor. Is that stupid girl awake? Chun Xiang asked. No, she looks very tired, and she even recovers from her injuries. Her mental condition is also seriously damaged, so she might need to sleep for a few days. Su Meiyao said. I wonder what exactly she went through. This level of injury wasn't caused by the people from Purple Moon Imperial Land, especially the damage to her sea of consciousness. She suffered a mental attack, and she wasn't injured at all. The internal injuries were not caused by the power of the innate qi, but were caused by the power of spiritual sense. Long Shui said, if she did not have the clan's blood soul in her body, she would have died a long time ago. It seems like Dongfang Chaochuan merged the clan's blood soul into her body, allowing her to live. She and her father must have met with some powerful object, and only she escaped in the end, falling into the hands of those Purple Moon Imperial Land fellows. Long Shui said, the blood soul of the Dongfang family was a heaven-defying existence that allowed people with the pure blood of the Dongfang family to pass through the nirvana doom smoothly. It was for this that Dongfang Lingyun schemed against Dongfang Chaochuan and Dongfang Xinhua back then. I need to find Dongfang Xinhua, quickly. This little girl must be extremely sad. Dongfang Xinhua is her aunt. Seeing her family, she should feel better. Qin Xiang increased his speed. It was late at night, and the cold wind was blowing in the heaven's sacred city, but the entire city was still bustling with noise and excitement, unlike during the day. Especially around a 5-story tower, many people were looking at the handsome youth at the top of the tower. It was late at night, and the cold wind was blowing in the heaven's sacred city, but the entire city was still bustling with noise and excitement, unlike during the day. Especially around a 5-story tower, many people were looking at the handsome youth at the top of the tower. He was dressed in purple and was seated cross-legged in front of a crystal-like pill furnace. After he poured in the medicinal ingredients, he injected them into the flame, and the medicinal ingredients inside were incinerated, releasing a dazzling green light. Qin Xiang saw this from afar and secretly smiled in his heart. This kid still likes to be in the limelight so much. The tower was opened by a girl called Lin Shi. The girl came from Chaotic Mountain and was supported by her parents to open the shop. When Fan Yakin fell in love with her, he helped her take care of the pill shop. Seems like I found the right place. Qin Xiang walked over. Just as he was about to step into the pill shop, he heard a clap of thunder, and the green light outside disappeared. Who is it? Fan Yakin shouted angrily. His precious crystal furnace had been struck by a bolt of lightning just now, causing it to explode and become extremely damaged. Qin Xiang was the same as everyone else. They were all extremely shocked. They raised their heads to look for the person who attacked Fan Yakin, causing such a huge commotion in the Heaven's Sacred City, as this violated the rules of the Heaven's Sacred City. Showing off all day. Other than this bit of skill, what other tricks does your medicine shop have? A tall and handsome youth mounted on a purple flame lion with wings flew over from the distance. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be your grandson. It's not strange that you could do this sort of thing in secret. Fan Yakin kept the broken crystal furnace and clenched his fists. Why is it you again? Are you annoyed? Lin Shi suddenly appeared at the top of the tower, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Your Lin family is about to be chased out of Chaotic Mountain. What are you being so arrogant for? Why don't you just marry me obediently? Although this kid is a bit capable, he's much weaker than me. The man riding the purple flame lion glanced at Fan Yakin in disdain. Fan Yakin scoffed. You are just a little stronger than me if we are comparing notes concocting pills. You are far weaker than me. Give me some time. I will definitely Serpa. SSU. Boo! A burst of M-U-F fled sound came out. The purple flame lion suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ray of purple lightning that struck Fan Yakin's body. That purple flame lion that could fly was indeed powerful. With one bite, it instantly caused Fan Yakin to vomit blood. If it were not for Lin Shi hugging him, he probably would have flown far away. No one had expected this man to be so powerful. He had not done anything, yet he had already ordered his mount to attack this man. The weak are the weak. This is the best proof. If you were a strong warrior, you wouldn't have let me bully you like this. The man said arrogantly. He then looked at Lin Shi. Tomorrow I will bring people to challenge your Shi Pavilion. I will smash your signboard with my own hands. When Qin Xiang saw this scene, he was secretly infuriated. He could also tell that the families behind Lin Shi and Fan Yakin had lost their power. Otherwise, they would not have been bullied like this. He took out the death-haunting arrow and stealthily aimed it at the purple flame lion. Using the strongest dragon power, he pierced right through the lion's heart. This guy likes to sneak attack others, and I'll let him have a taste of being ambushed. Qin Xiang sneered in his heart. circulated the vigorous, innate chi in his body, turned it into a dragon power, and poured it into the death-haunting arrow. Although there was currently a majestic amount of energy circulating, to the point that Chen Xiang's control was extremely strong, and his death-haunting arrow had become very powerful after being modified by Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinue. There was not a single bit of aura being released. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Tomorrow I will bring a very powerful alchemist to ruin your reputation, haha. The young man laughed wildly. Arrogant my ass. Chun Xiang thought about it as he secretly released an extremely terrifying arrow. This arrow was condensed from a large amount of dragon power, and when it flew out it made a whistling sound. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Whiz! Some people with sharp senses saw a white light suddenly flash by, bringing along a terrifying power as it tore through the S.P.A.C., flying towards the purple flame lion. After it penetrated through the bottom and entered the purple flame lion's body, the violent dragon power exploded, causing the purple flame lion to explode. The man let out a strange cry as a silvery, white light barrier appeared around his body, protecting him within. Who is it? The him who had always been high and mighty. No one in the heaven's sacred city dared to stop him. But now he was ambushed, and even his precious mount was blown into pieces. Just as the man shouted, Qin Xiang released another arrow, which struck onto the silver S, H-I plus ELD, causing a strong explosion of air, sending the man flying. However, the man was not injured. He must have been carrying a very strong treasure. Humph! He was worried that if he were to continue, he would be killed. He immediately flew away, flying towards a very tall stone tower in the middle of the heaven's sacred city. Isn't that guy Primordius' grandson? I never thought that someone would actually dare to attack him. This is called the circulatory cycle of wind and water. Ha, this is quite interesting. That purple lion is a rare beast, but it was actually killed by someone. Not even a beast core was left behind. Chen Xiang had aimed at the beast core earlier and detonated the inside. Fan Yakin also wanted to know who was making a move in the dark, but he was severely injured, and the attack from the purple flame lion was extremely powerful, so Lin Shi had to carry him and leave right now. Chun Xiang turned into a black bee, turfly, followed them to a hall, and then changed back to her original appearance. Lin Shi still looked at Fan Yakin's injuries, while Fan Yakin scolded the man from before. Brother Fan, Chun Xiang shouted, giving Fan Yakin and Lin Shi a big fright. Seeing Chun Xiang's mischievous smile, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief, but their faces were filled with surprise. It had already been more than a month since Chun Xiang came to the sacred Dan realm, and the fact that he appeared again was already long known to the sacred Dan realm. Furthermore, there were many powerful forces near the heaven's sacred city, but Chun Xiang actually dared to come, and they all thought that the person who secretly attacked the man just now was Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, it was you. Fan Yakin was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Well fought, that grandson with his grandfather's strength is overbearing here. Why didn't you kill him? Lin Shi shook his head. You shouldn't have come. You are currently in an extremely dangerous situation, and all the powerful forces in the chaotic mountain are looking for you. Qin Xiang laughed. It's nothing. If I want to hide, it's not easy to find me. Qin Xiang examined Fan Yakin's body and discovered that there were quite a lot of injuries on his body. This was the reason why Fan Yakin's cultivation level had stagnated, and why he was able to have such a high level of mastery over alchemy. It was all because he possessed the fire soul of the netherworld. Qin Xiang examined Fan Yakin's body and discovered that there were quite a lot of injuries on his body. This was the reason why Fan Yakin's cultivation level had stagnated, and why he was able to have such a high level of mastery over alchemy. It was all because he possessed the fire soul of the netherworld. How did you get hurt? It seems like this power can only be used by people from the chaotic mountain. Could it be that you have been opposing the people from the chaotic mountain all these years?" Chun Xiang frowned. The injuries on his body, the remaining energy, could only be used by the experts of the chaotic mountain. Lin Shi bit her lips and sighed. "Let me say it." He was injured by Primordius, who is one of the elders of the Primal Chaos clan in the chaotic mountain. The Primal Chaos clan has many branches, and our Lin clan is one of them, but right now he has been suppressed by the most powerful Super Yuan Mountain of the Primal Chaos clan. The Super Yuan Mountain was established by some people who wanted to rule the entire Primal Chaos clan, which was Primordius's group. Chun Xiang rubbed the side of his nose and said, "I remember that it was this guy called Primordius who attacked me back then." "But why did he injure Brother Fan?" "This is because of me. His grandson Ho Fei Xiao wanted to marry me, and then—" Chun Xiang immediately understood. "Don't worry, there's enmity between this Primordius and I. So leave this grandson of his to me." "Right. What kind of person is Lu Yuan?" "Primordius is just his name. No one knows his real name, so he can use the chaotic force of the primal chaos race. That is the power that remains in Yakin's body." Lin Shi lamented. "Ever since he was struck by that palm, he has been stuck in place, and both of us have no way of dealing with him." Chun Xiang pinched Fan Yakin's wrist and said, "I'll try." He activated devouring magic kung fu, locked onto the remnants of the chaotic force, and then absorbed it into his body. With regards to the devouring magic kung fu, he had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, so there was no need to worry about he would swallow Fan Yakin up. Sensing the chaotic force in his body flowing away, Fan Yakin was both surprised and delighted. He widened his eyes, looked at Chun Xiang, and said, "Chun Xiang, you're really amazing." "It's nothing, but you better keep on pretending so that others will look down on you. However, you are also secretly raising your strength, so in the future it will definitely be of great help to you." Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. "Oh right, what happened in Sacred Dan Realm? Why are there people from the chaotic mountain everywhere?" Chun Xiang asked. He had come here to understand the situation. "It's the Super Yuan Mountain from inside the chaotic mountain who wanted to dominate the entire Sacred Dan Realm. However, no matter what, the Sacred Dan Realm still has many powerful forces, so the Super Yuan Mountain has never succeeded. Adding on the fusion of some Holy Demon Realm and Holy Demon Realm with the Sacred Dan Realm, the Super Yuan Mountain's plan has been completely broken." Fan Yakin's complexion looked much better. The chaotic force was like a bunch of poisonous bugs in his body, causing him to suffer for all these years. "I knew that old B, A-S-T-A-R, D Primordius wouldn't be able to kill you. You went back to the mortal martial realm, right? I never thought that you and Du Yanyao were actually pretending to be married. What a pity." Fan Yakin said, "A lot of things have also happened in the mortal martial realm. How is Yanyao now?" Chun Xiang asked. In the entire Sacred Dan Realm, Du Yanyao was considered a rare female genius. Just like me, he was also targeted by the grandson of one of the big shots in Super Yuan Mountain. Lin Shi sighed. She's currently hiding in Zilong Mountain Valley. Where's her grandfather, Du Hai? This old fellow is very strong. How can he let someone forcefully marry his granddaughter? Du Yanyao viewed Du Yanyao as his good friend, and he was extremely concerned about this matter. Was severely injured by the Super Yuan Mountain, and his whereabouts are unknown. His son, Du Kongxing, had died a tragic death. If not for the fact that Du Yanyao had followed the Xylan Immortal Fairy and obtained the protection of the Sacred Dan School, he would have been married off a long time ago. Lin Shi's words shocked Chun Xiang greatly. Du Hai had actually gone missing after being heavily injured, and Du Yanyao's father had been killed. Remembering the Dongfang Jing, who was still unconscious inside the ring, Chun Xiang could only sigh helplessly. Chun Xiang had even told Huang Jintian, Li Baojun, and the others to look for Du Hai earlier, but he never expected that Du Hai would encounter such a huge change. Tomorrow, Ho Fei Xiao will come again. He will do what he says. Tonight, my injuries will completely recover. I want to make sure that he loses miserably. Fan Yakin clenched his teeth and said. Chun Xiang was still absorbing the energy of chaos within his body at this moment, so he hurriedly said, No way, the energy of chaos in your body has been sucked out by me. But you have to rest for at least 2 to 3 months before you can fully recover. Leave it to me tomorrow. Let me ask you something. Who is the person who wants to forcefully marry Yan Yao? What kind of background? Even though Yan Yao and I are fake husband and wife. She is my good friend, and I must help her take care of this fellow. Fan Yakin and Lin Shi's expressions changed slightly as they looked at each other in panic. That's the grandson of the leader. Although he is usually domineering, this guy's strength is still quite good. Fan Yakin still did not know Chun Xiang's current strength. Furthermore, they have already found a method to deal with the Chaos Fire token. As you have seen earlier, when you attack them, a light barrier will appear around them. But of course, this is only true for those Blee clans of the Primal Chaos. Lin Shi said, You don't have to worry about this. I will take care of it. If not, I will have my friends help me. Although Chun Xiang had split up with White Tiger, they would definitely meet again in the future. Tomorrow, I will deal with those people who came to cause trouble. If they really want face, then they should try to beat them up by competing in pill refining methods. And I will also use this kind of gentle method to hit back at them. But if they are shameless, I will make them lose their lives. This caused Lin Shi and Fan Yakin to feel a little fearful. Hey, you guys, what's there to be afraid of? Wasn't it just losing a pill shop? With your talents, this medicine store will still be fine without you, Chun Xiang said. Moreover, the one who attacked was me, not you two. Don't worry. If they are here to compete in pill forging, I will compete with them. If not, I'll kill them with my true colors. Back then, his grandfather almost killed me, so it's normal for me to want to get rid of his grandson. Chun Xiang thought, because this might cause a huge war between Super Yuan Mountain, Fan family, and the Lin family, and would cause a lot of deaths. Fan Yakin knew that Chun Xiang had definitely become much stronger, or else he would not have made Ho Fei Xiao sound so easy to kill. The Heaven's Sacred City had already been taken over by the Super Yuan Mountain. After Ho Fei Xiao was sneakily attacked, the entire city was sealed, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. Furthermore, there would often be powerful elders flying in the sky with a group of people searching for suspicious people. But they would definitely not be able to find anything because they did not have any clues at all. The Heaven's Sacred City had already been taken over by the Super Yuan Mountain. After Ho Fei Xiao was sneakily attacked, the entire city was sealed, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. Furthermore, there would often be powerful elders flying in the sky with a group of people searching for suspicious people. But they would definitely not be able to find anything because they did not have any clues at all. On the second day, just as Shi Pavilion opened the door, Ho Fei Xiao arrived in a luxurious sedan chair. A very powerful-looking alchemist followed behind him, and it was a very young man. Is this the so-called future Pill G, OD of Super Yuan Mountain? I heard that at such a young age, he is already an alchemist capable of refining a low-grade heaven-level pellet. Ho Fei Xiao invited him to deal with Fan Yakin. Is he simply abusing him? Who doesn't know that Fan Yakin was injured last night, and that his internal injuries have not healed after all these years? Many people were discussing in whispers in the distance. This boy is called Zhang Yanqing. He was born with the heaven flame, and in the future, it is very possible that he will cultivate a fire of chaos. His attainments in the area of alchemy are extremely high, and amongst the young generation of Sacred Dan Realm, no one is able to match him. Fan Yakin Pa S said on to Chun Xiang, What rank of pill can you refine now? Middle ground level. Chun Xiang replied, It's not bad, my improvement is quite fast. It's a hurdle to enter the upper grade of the ground level. It's difficult for many alchemists to pass, as Fan Yakin said. I will have them restrict the rules to the middle grade ground level pills. With this genius alchemist, Their conditions should be a lot more lax. Ho Feixiao sat in a luxurious palanquin, protected by a few powerful-looking elders outside. It seemed that they were worried that he would be ambushed again like last night. I've long heard that the alchemist is quite powerful. The alchemist wants to compete with you, and it's also a form of training for him. Ho Feixiao's voice carried an arrogant tone. Hand over your powerful alchemist and don't embarrass us yourselves. Why do you insist on accepting your challenge? Fan Yakin was extremely furious. She really wanted to rush over and smash this fellow's nose. You injured me last night. I haven't even settled this score with you yet. I remember that every 10 years, Heaven's Sacred City's medicine store must accept at least one unconditional challenge. Otherwise, scram. Ho Feixiao laughed coldly. All right, how do you want to compete? Fan Yakin suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Zhang Yanqing took a step forward, took out many broken medicinal ingredients, and threw them on the ground. Upon seeing these broken medicinal ingredients, many people sucked in a deep breath. Many abandoned medicinal ingredients were quickly piled up at the Shi Pavilion's entrance. These medicinal ingredients could not be planted for various reasons, but if in the hands of an outstanding alchemist, these medicinal ingredients could all be refined into pills. You all should be familiar with these medicinal herbs. Zhang Yanqing asked coldly. As the most talented alchemist of the young generation, he naturally had a kind of arrogance. Qi Shandan. Fan Yakin let out a long sigh. The Qi Shandan is a kind of middle-grade ground-level pill that can help people cultivate the innate qi and consciousness at the same time. However, even in sacred Dan realm, the medicinal ingredients are already extinct. That's right, the Qi Shandan is a middle-grade ground-level pill. Because it is too easy to refine it, it is listed as a middle-grade ground level, and its use will become upper-grade ground level. However, if we were to use discarded medicinal ingredients to refine it, the difficulty would increase by a lot. After Zhang Yanqing finished speaking, he continued to take out the abandoned Qi Shandan medicinal ingredients. There were so many of them that they looked like two small mountains the height of a person. Zhang Yanqing's eyes carried a trace of provocation and said, I know that the two of you are pretty good alchemists, and that among the younger generation, you are alchemistess who can refine abandoned medicinal ingredients into pills. Refining abandoned medicinal ingredients into pills was indeed difficult, and it also tested the standards of the alchemist. Although these medicinal ingredients were abandoned, the medicine aura inside them could still condense them into pills, and adding all of them together, it would still reduce the difficulty. You? Zhang Yanqing looked at Lin Shi, and then looked at Fan Yakin. I'll do it. Chun Xiang walked out. He had turned into a young man who looked normal and unremarkable, and was dressed very simply, not like an alchemist at all. The moment Qin Xiang stepped forward, many people frowned. From the outside, he did not look like a person, but the crowd could see that Fan Yakin did not have any intentions of stopping him, and knew that he was hiding his strength. With just you? Zhang Yanqing looked at Qin Xiang in disdain. Tell me the rules. Qin Xiang did not say much. 2 piles of abandoned Qi Shandan's medicine. Each of us will take 1. In 1 day, whoever refines more Qi Shandan will win, and the Qi Shandan will belong to whoever. Also, if I finish refining my medicinal ingredients and you still have too much left and the time is not up yet, I can use your medicinal ingredients to refine it. Zhang Yanqing looked down at the young man in front of him with disdain. He felt that if he were to compete with the young man in front of him, then he would have to lower his status and status. Qin Xiang nodded and said, If the first thing I do is to refine all of these medicinal ingredients, and before the time is up, you still have a lot of medicinal ingredients left. I can also take your medicinal ingredients to refine, right? That's right, but you don't have that possibility. Zhang Yanqing sneered. Are there any other rules? Qin Xiang asked again. The pill furnaces we use are our own. If the pill furnace is blown up, it will become a failure. Nodded his head. Being able to use abandoned medicinal ingredients to refine qi shindan made him secretly happy, because he had never been able to find the qi shindan's medicinal ingredients. Su Meiyao had said before that this kind of pill was magical. It was only one pellet, but it had the effect of two kinds of pellets. He took a pill furnace and checked it. This furnace had not been tampered with, and its quality was still decent. It seemed like Ho Fei Xiao was planning to fair and square when it came to defeating Shi Yi Pavilion. Of course, Zhang Yanqing disdained using tricks to defeat others. How are you going to win? This little brat is not someone who is easy to deal with, Su Meiyao asked. First, I will refine 1 or 2 batches. After getting familiar with them, I will refine an entire pile of them in one go. Chen Xiang already had a comprehensive plan. After obtaining the heavenly alchemy, he would be able to make great progress in the area of alchemy. Furthermore, he would have a variety of methods to support and speed up the process of alchemy. Oh, did you just learn a new method from the heavenly alchemy? Su Meiyao's eyes lit up. He was really looking forward to the moment Chen Xiang would show his skills. Big sister, I won't let you down. Chen Xiang had already taken out a few supplementary ingredients, and with a single glance, Chen Xiang could tell that the quality of the supplementary ingredients were of extremely high quality. This would help to make up for the deficiencies of the abandoned medicinal ingredients. This was something he needed to do as well. Chen Xiang also took out the supplementary ingredients. Although it looked to be very different from Zhang Yanqing's, the supplementary ingredients were all made from creation divine liquid, and it could be said that the supplementary ingredients contained a mystical power. The medicine used to refine qi shindan was very special. Although it was a kind of fruit, it was rooted in its roots, and its roots were very long. During the process of growing, it was very likely to have problems, which resulted in a lot of abandoned herbs. The medicine used to refine qi shindan was very special. Although it was a kind of fruit, it was rooted in its roots, and its roots were very long. During the process of growing, it was very likely to have problems, which resulted in a lot of abandoned herbs. Every fruit was connected to a wrist-sized root, and the fruit was only the size of a child's fist, looking like a wrinkled apple. It was slightly red, giving off a faint trace of spirit energy. Zhang Yanqing quickly picked out 2 quality profoundly fruit and threw them into the furnace, beginning to refine them. Because these profoundly fruit were of the worst quality, when the 2 of them were combined, the medicine aura would be more complete. However, if they did not have some skill, it would be very difficult for a normal alchemist to fuse 2 together like this. This was not difficult at all for Chen Xiang. Forget about combining 2. Even if it was 10, he would still be able to obtain 100 portions easily, let alone 2. Profoundly fruit S were the only main ingredient in refining the qi shindan. They were all piled up with a piece of tree root, and this root was not simple at all. As long as one was connected with the profoundly fruit, they could still absorb the spirit energy from the outside, preventing the profoundly fruit from dying quickly. What a waste to actually throw away this cut root. This cut root is as important as the profoundly fruit. Su Meiyao used her divine sense and saw that when Zhang Yanqing was dealing with the medicinal herbs, he separated the profoundly fruit from the tree root and threw away the tree root. When Chen Xiang picked up a piece of the tree root, he could clearly feel the strange spirit energy inside. It was indeed a very important thing, but the root was also very strange. It was actually as stiff as iron, and there were even many impurities inside. After the profoundly fruit tree absorbed a large amount of spirit energy, it would send the spirit energy into the roots of the tree, allowing them to grow. But when the roots grew very long, they would become as stiff as iron, and then give birth to profoundly fruit S. Therefore, this piece of tree root contained a medicine aura as unique as the one inside the profoundly fruit. If you can melt this root and extract the impurities from it, this profoundly fruit's quality is just like normal, perfect. Su Meiyao said, "This is not difficult for me. I have refined an entire sparite vein and refined countless mountains before. How difficult can this thing be? Chen Xiang directly threw the piece of root and the profoundy fruit into the pill furnace. He had only dealt with a few parts of the trash that could be removed. Does he know how to forge pills? The profoundy fruit was actually thrown in at the same time. Was he refining a weapon or concocting pills? That piece is harder to smelt than iron. Although there are quite a few medicine auras in that cut root, to refine this root to perfection is extremely difficult. Even though Zhang Yanqing possessed the heaven flame, he still did not do such a thing. Don't joke with me. If you guys were the one who threw this piece of tree root in, it might have exploded by now. Look at them, they are stable in all four directions. The fire's intensity fluctuates between big and small, and the fire's intensity changes quickly, but it's not chaotic. It's very regular. An old man stroked his long beard. There were a lot of people watching the compet. 1. Tie-in at the entrance of Shi Pavilion. There were a lot of alchemists, but there were not many that could see through a bit, and as long as it was an alchemist with a high level of alchemy, they could see that Chen Xiang's foundation was extremely deep. Even Zhang Yanqing had no choice but to look at the person in front of him in a new light. According to the change in the fire force in Chen Xiang's furnace, a small portion of the alchemists knew that it was Chen Xiang's first time concocting this pill, and could also tell that Chen Xiang had used the foreseeing alchemy to correct his mistakes multiple times. If it was let the other alchemists do the concocting, they would probably be tiered the first time, but Chen Xiang did not. Lin Shi and Fan Yakan knew of Chen Xiang's abilities. They had all been defeated by Chen Xiang in the field of pill concocting, and Chen Xiang had taken first place among the sacred Dan realm-s back then. They now believed in Chen Xiang very much and looked forward to the pleasant surprise that Chen Xiang would bring them. The difficulty of the Qi Shindan's refining process was not very high, but if it was to be refined with that piece of tree root, it would be rather difficult. For Chen Xiang, refining that piece of tree root was not difficult. What was difficult was that in terms of time it was only for 1 day, and the other party was an extremely proficient genius who was able to refine this pill. Chen Xiang guessed that Zhang Yanqing definitely had the experience of refining this kind of pill many times before, and that the alchemist who could turn this type of medicinal herb into a pill was very popular in any power. As expected, Zhang Yanqing very quickly finished refining a furnace. He had only refined 1 pellet, and the final result was to compare the number of pellets he had concocted. And after Chen Xiang refined the root, he was confident that he could refine too. The heavenly fire is powerful indeed. It is much stronger than my heaven fire. Although Chen Xiang had his eyes closed, the situation inside Zhang Yanqing's pill furnace appeared in his mind. As a spirit cultivator, he could easily see through it with his strong divine power, not to mention that his opponent's pill furnace had won in an ordinary way. Not only were the materials hard to incinerate, even the medicine aura inside them were very barbaric. If there was a strong enough flame, those medicine aura would become much gentler under the appropriate strong flames. Having strong flames did not mean that one would burn it hard, but to control the heat of the flames according to the experience of the alchemist. If one did not suppress the medicine aura, it would lead to failure in concocting the pills. However, after your heaven fire evolved into a heaven flames, it will be close to the code. No matter how strong a fire of chaos is, they are still within the code. Su Meiyao said, Chen Xiang was multiple, one tasking. As he refined his own set of Qi Shindan, he observed the situation inside Zhang Yanqing's pill furnace and learnt from it how to refine pills. He learnt a lot from this. His speed was extremely fast, causing many old alchemists who were watching to feel inferior. Many people guessed that Zhang Yanqing would only need half a day to refine all of the Qi Shindan's medicinal ingredients, and then he would even be able to refine all of Chen Xiang's medicinal ingredients. Even so, Chen Xiang was still very calm. He was not nervous at all. This state of mind was quite admirable, but many people did not look favorably on him. In a few moments, Zhang Yanqing had refined another furnace, and his speed was even faster than before, causing many alchemists to exclaim in disbelief. Now, many people understood why Zhang Yanqing was called the future pill saint. That guy still has 520 profoundly fruit S. According to his current fastest speed, he should be able to refine 50 batches in 2 hours. He can refine 2 of them in a single pot, Long Shui said, but he can only produce 1 pill per furnace. That guy still has 520 profoundly fruit S. According to his current fastest speed, he should be able to refine 50 batches in 2 hours. He can refine 2 of them in a single pot, Long Shui said, but he can only produce 1 pill per furnace. Qin Xiang was still refining his pills at a leisurely pace, not affected in the slightest by the other party's terrifying speed. This was because he was extremely confident in himself. As long as he was familiar with refining qi shindan, he would simulate the methods inside the heavenly alchemy. Based on the current situation, even if Su Meiyao understood Chen Xiang's ability very well, she didn't know how he would win. However, she knew that Chen Xiang would definitely use the heaven-defying method inside the heavenly alchemy. He has already made 10 batches. He hasn't even made a single batch. He looks like after he refines this furnace, he'll finish refining his own ingredients before going back to refine his. It seems like he's definitely going to lose. He won't suffer much loss if he loses. At most, he'll only damage the reputation of the Shi-E Pavilion. With his current speed, he basically has no chance of winning. But why is he still so calm? Chen Xiang had now linked his consciousness with the furnace and sealed off the connection to the outside world, making the furnace exist only in his mind. It was as if there was only him and the furnace in this world, because he had reached the most crucial moment. My heaven fire is definitely not weaker than the heavenly fire. Previously, when I was going through the 1,000 refinements tribulation, I swallowed the fire seed condensed by the robbery power. The reason I am unable to unleash the power of the heaven fire right now is because in my heart, I am telling myself that after the heaven fire evolves, it will cause me a great deal of harm. Chen Xiang already felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness. He told himself rationally that now was not the time to release the heaven fire, because once released, his heaven fire would very likely evolve into a sky fire. With his current strength, he simply could not suppress that kind of terrifying flame. The reason why he had such a thought was because he had seen Li Baojuan's strong heaven flames. Now he was even clearer on the convenient place for the genius pill refining compet. 1. Taian to use the heaven flames, which made his heart crave for it. I myself am very clear that my current physical body cannot withstand the power of my heaven fire's evolution. I have already mastered a mortal devil body, but I am still unable to withstand that flame. It could only mean that the fire was not as simple as the heaven flames. What kind of flame would that be? Chen Xiang suppressed the impulse in his heart and allowed himself to become rational. Otherwise, he would lose his mind from the desire in his heart and make an irreparable mistake. The heaven fire is already very powerful, but I haven't made full use of them yet. Chen Xiang unleashed his formidable divine power, allowing his divine power to drill into the insides of the medicinal herbs, allowing him to clearly see the structure of the herbs. After that, he brought the flames in and permeated through the fine parts of the herbs. This was the first time he had entered the interior of these medicinal herbs. Inside was a vast world, and this world was filled with many different colors, which was why it was emitting such a beautiful, multicolored light. The world inside was full of vitality, which was why there was such a strange life force. After it was consumed by a person, it would produce other effects. Chen Xiang now understood the meaning of flower and world. At this moment, he knew that even though he was burning the world inside these medicinal herbs, he wasn't destroying them, but rather allowing them to blossom in the brilliance and color of his beautiful internal world. In that instant, the profoundly fruit and the chunk of tree root, which were originally difficult to smelt, instantly turned into a ball of soft, dazzling light. Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually have such a breakthrough. Furthermore, the reason why he refined the pellet was to destroy the medicinal ingredients, suppress them, tame the medicinal ingredients, and burn them all to become medicine aura-s. However, when he saw the inner world of these medicinal herbs, he wanted to make the inner world of these medicinal herbs disappear in the best way. It was beautiful and shocking, like a shooting star. He understood the world of these flowers and fruits, and inadvertently had a strange exchange with them, causing them to give up resisting, cooperating with his heaven fire, and melted into a colorful medicine aura. I didn't expect it to be wrong for so long. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had already withdrawn his spiritual will and flames. Seeing him like this, many people thought that he had failed and gave up. But at this moment, the medicine aura inside the pill furnace had already gradually fused with the medicinal powder and quickly turned into a cyclone. Following Qin Xiang's will, the ball of air split into three, turned into 3B, ALLS of air, and spun quickly. The most critical and difficult time of concocting the pill. He actually did nothing. However, many people were able to understand what he had done, and it actually caused the medicine aura in the pill furnace to gather its own consciousness, forming its own pill. Many alchemists had noticed that when Qin Xiang had not completed the core formation stage, he had concealed all of his power and no longer used his flame and consciousness to control the pill furnace. Even Su Meiyao didn't know how Qin Xiang did it. She guessed that it was a method from the heavenly alchemy, but it didn't seem like it. Qin Xiang opened the lid of the pill furnace and green light shot out. It was as if a treasure was born, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What was even more surprising was the 3 light green pills that floated out of the furnace. Unexpectedly, there were 3 Qi Shindan-s formed, and their quality had reached its peak. The 3 Qi Shindan-s had an extremely bizarre life force coiling around them, making people feel as if these 3 pellets were 3 little life forms, and that the aroma was like the spring breeze, gently spreading out in all directions, releasing a fragrance that would cause one's heart to tremble, showing just how high the quality of the 3 Qi Shindan-s was. To be able to refine 3 pellets with the roots, it was still unbelievable because even if one used the most perfect and highest quality profoundly fruit to refine, they would only be able to push the price to the limit by 3 pellets. The 3 Qi Shindan in front of him were like treasures. There were already people who planned to buy these Qi Shindan at a high price after the compet. One tie-in ended. Ho Feixiao sat in the palanquin, watching until his eyes turned red. His heart was filled with jealousy. He could naturally see that this alchemist was not ordinary. He felt that this genius alchemist should either be roped in or killed. Although he managed to refine more than 10 batches, he knew that if they were to compare their value, the over 10 Qi Shindan-s he refined would be far inferior to Qin Xiang. Furthermore, Qin Xiang had only used 1 portion of the medicinal ingredients, but he had refined 10. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Qin Xiang calmly placed the 3 Qi Shindan-s into an empty jade box, and then casually took out 10 of them from the pile of medicinal herbs. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Qin Xiang calmly placed the 3 Qi Shindan-s into an empty jade box, and then casually took out 10 of them from the pile of medicinal herbs. After adding some supplementary herbs, he actually stuffed these 10 portions into the pill furnace. Today he was going to refine 10 portions in one go, and he even had roots. That was equivalent to 10 pieces of black iron. How was he going to refine them? Many old alchemists were shocked. This kind of refining technique shocked the world, and many old alchemists suddenly felt that the person in front of them had a very familiar feeling. Lin Shi and Fan Yakin's memories of him were still fresh in their minds. And now that they could see Qin Xiang's delay skill again, they were even more surprised. Before, many people thought that Qin Xiang would definitely lose, that he would definitely defeat Qin Xiang with a very good result. But now it was hard to say because Qin Xiang did not use common sense to refine pills when he was refining pills, and had completely broken through many of the iron rules set for when he was refining pills. After Chen Xiang had comprehended that method, just now he was trying again. He did not even bother to process the herbs, and after placing it in the pill furnace, he released his divine power to explore the world inside the herbs. Before, when he used the heavenly alchemy to refine mountains, refine lands, and even sparite vein, these things were all extremely large in scale, allowing him to see the world of these things very directly. On the other hand, the heavenly alchemy could refine the world, and as long as he could see through some things, he could release flames. The heavenly alchemy was able to refine many large-scale objects, and all of them had been turned into intense flames by borrowing the spirit energy of the heaven and earth. And now, Chen Xiang had already observed the insides of these medicinal ingredients. Within these strange and unique herbs, there was also a world. It was just that this world was not known to anyone. As long as he could establish a miraculous connection with these strange and unusual herbs, he could make these medicinal ingredients gentle and easily condense them into pills. Now, he wanted to use the heavenly alchemy just to get stronger flames so that he could quickly burn these medicinal ingredients from the inside out. At this moment, many worlds appeared in Chen Xiang's mind, all of them being the worlds of those medicinal ingredients. They were similar to what he had seen before, and unknowingly he had already guided the flames in and infiltrated them. However, their speed was not fast enough. What he needed to do now was to refine 10 batches of ingredients simultaneously in a single pill furnace. It was equivalent to refining 10 batches of pills in a single pill furnace. This was also the Dewan refining method in the heavenly alchemy, but in the past he had released 10 magic method furnace S at the same time, and now he had released 10 magic method furnace S in one pill furnace. Of course, because the SPAC inside was too cramped, it was very difficult to do it. He could only burn all 10 portions of herbs before splitting them into 30 cyclones. If this wasn't a compet 1 tie-in, he could still condense these 10 sets of medicinal herbs into a pill, but that would require a lot of time. There's not enough fire. As expected, the profoundie fruit's roots are hard to melt. It's even more difficult than when I was refining mountains. Chen Xiang thought, but he knew that the spirit qi contained in the mountains were limited and had even dispersed and could not compare to the profoundie fruit's roots. He had to refine many mountains in order to condense a high-quality pill. Heaven's sacred city was on the 18th floor of the sacred Dan realm, which was very high. Furthermore, the immortal energy in the city was very dense. Chen Xiang had never tried to turn the immortal energy into fire before. Using the method in the heavenly alchemy, he began to let the furnace absorb a large amount of immortal energy, fusing it with the heaven fire in the furnace and transforming it into a strong flame. At this time, everyone present could see a few streams of mist drilling into Chen Xiang's furnace, and the fire energy in Chen Xiang's furnace was getting stronger and stronger, comparable to Zhang Yanqing's, actually borrowing a mortal's qi to strengthen the flames. This method was something many alchemists looked forward to. Ho Feixiao gritted his teeth when he saw this. This alchemist with such talent was actually inside the Shi Pavilion. At this moment, he was somewhat regretful that he allowed Zhang Yanqing to mess things up, because this would definitely affect Zhang Yanqing. Although he was extremely arrogant, he still knew his own limits. He had already refined 20 batches of Qi Xindan and had successfully formed 20 Qi Xindan, but when the 20 Qi Xindan-S were added together, it felt like they were not even comparable to the 3 perfect Qi Xindan-S that Chen Xiang had refined. Chen Xiang was currently in a very good state. His entire body was completely clean. The herbs in the pill furnace were just like before. Suddenly they started burning. From the inside, they quickly dissolved into a gentle medicine aura and medicinal powder. After that, the two of them intertwined, fused, and finally merged together, forming a very big ball of air. Chen Xiang only thought about it carefully, and the ball of air automatically turned into 30 small to be hails. He had not tried condensing 30 pills in a single furnace before, because the current furnace did not have any special functions. If it was a Yanlong furnace, then there was a lot of SPAC inside, and there was also time to speed up, but even if he did not use the Yanlong furnace, he could still make it this far. Everyone was dumbstruck, especially when Qinxiang retracted all of his energy. However, the activity inside the furnace was extremely intense, and many people had already guessed that Qinxiang was planning to refine 30 pills in one go. But now that Qinxiang had stopped, the interior of the pill furnace started to calm down. The speed at which he was refining one furnace was actually faster than Zhang Yanqing's. The lid of the pill furnace opened, and the green-colored light that gushed out was like a dragon emerging from the sea. It held out and pierced through the clouds, dazzling everyone's eyes and making their souls tremble. Is he even human? Many people could not help but think that the person in front of them was an existence rumored to transcend the mortal world. Only the rare pill and holy level would have such earth-shattering power when refining pills. 30 pills. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies go soft. One furnace for 30 pills. The quality was exceptional. They had already threw Zhang Yanqing to the side. Zhang Yanqing had only used around 20 pills, and had even used 40 more sets of ingredients. At this time, everyone felt that there was no longer any need to compete anymore. The outcome of the battle had already been decided, especially Zhang Yanqing's current state, which had a great impact on him. Hou Feixiao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He wanted to kill this genius alchemist right now, because he knew it would be very difficult to win him over. Zhang Yanqing took a deep breath. At this time he had also condensed a pill, and a qi shindan with a quality not inferior to Qinxiang's appeared in the pill furnace. This made him immediately feel confident. Qinxiang closed his eyes. He did not immediately refine any pellets, but looked like he was recovering his qi. This made Zhang Yanqing and Hou Feixiao extremely happy. They thought that Qinxiang had to rest because he had exhausted himself. Many people felt the same way, but was that really the case? Before Qinxiang recovered, he used up a lot of energy because he was prepared to refine even more in one go, and even if he succeeded, he would need some time to digest the huge gains he had just made. This was a type of breakthrough in cultivation, and only through luck and coincidence could raise his cultivation through comprehension. Before Qinxiang recovered, he used up a lot of energy because he was prepared to refine even more in one go, and even if he succeeded, he would need some time to digest the huge gains he had just made. This was a type of breakthrough in cultivation, and only through luck and coincidence could raise his cultivation through comprehension. Seeing Qinxiang not making a move for a long time, Zhang Yanqing and Hou Feixiao started to mock him in their hearts. And relying on the fact that Zhang Yanqing had the heaven flames and his talent in alchemy, the quality of the pills refined within each furnace was extremely high. This was also because of the pressure that Qinxiang had given him earlier, which was why he had no choice but to improve. But he still needed 2 sets of ingredients to concoct a single pill, and he could not refine all of the roots like Qinxiang did. Many people understood that Qinxiang had already grasped the trick to refining the roots. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 hours had said, but Qinxiang still remained motionless. He closed his eyes and meditated, while Zhang Yanqing had already refined more than 130 qi shindanes in 100 batches. Just in that short amount of time, he was able to turn these abandoned medicinal herbs into so many qi shindan. This made many people understand more deeply how terrifying a terrifying thing was for a power to possess such a genius alchemist. Just when Zhang Yanqing and Hou Feixiao were extremely calm and collected, Qinxiang finally made his move. He actually took out 20 profoundly fruit-s with roots, but the pill furnace definitely could not hold that many, causing everyone to open their eyes wide and look carefully, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. However, Qinxiang had only placed 10 into the cauldron, while leaving the other 10 outside. However, he had not sealed the lid. He had actually wanted to open it to concoct the pill, if not for the fact that he didn't want to expose his item. 1. Tai. Qinxiang could have used a relatively large magic method furnace to refine it, which was much more convenient than his current state. The cover was useless to him because he could conjure a transparent cover and cover it with it. This way, the medicine aura would not be lost. This time, he would still absorb immortal energy and enter. Using the heavenly alchemy, he turned the immortal energy into a raging fire and simulated it into his heaven fire, causing the flames to become even stronger. Many alchemists were able to distinguish the degree of melting of the medicinal herbs from the clouds, and the rate at which the clouds were melting was also extremely fast, which meant that the melting speed was also very fast. This made it hard for people to believe that the 10 black iron-like roots were like paper, which melted in an instant. This was something that even Zhang Yanqing could not do. Zhang Yanqing had the sky fire, and he had previously tried to melt the tree roots. Although it could be melted, it would take a very long time. When the flame was burning these strange flowers and plants, the strange flowers and plants would instinctively release their powers to resist, preventing the flame from penetrating inside. When the flame was burning these strange flowers and plants, the strange flowers and plants would instinctively release their powers to prevent the flame from infiltrating inside of them. But right now, Chun Xiang was directly igniting a fire inside these spirit herbs and was burning it from the inside out. This was because he was able to enter the world inside these spirit herbs, conduct a profound exchange with them, and open the doors to these spirit medicines, which was why it was so easy for him to burn these medicinal herbs. However, currently, it was limited to Qi Xin Dan's medicinal ingredients. He did not know if this move would work on other medicinal ingredients, nor did he know what would happen when facing higher-ranked medicinal ingredients. Seeing Chun Xiang using his strength once again, the pressure on Hou Feixiao and Hou Feixiao was extremely great, especially on Hou Feixiao. He loved to show his face, so if he lost, not only would he be laughed at, the legend of their Super Yuan Mountains genius, alchemist, would also be broken. In a few moments, Chun Xiang successfully refined the 10 sets of spirit herbs into 30 pellets. This made Zhang Yanqing's eyes turn red, and with Chun Xiang's high utilization rate, he could refine 30 pellets out of 10 pellets. But Zhang Yanqing needed 60 pellets to refine 30 pellets. After the 30 peak quality S were out, the flames inside the furnace had still not extinguished. After Chun Xiang placed the Qi Xindan into the jade box, he actually hit the side of the pill furnace lightly and pierced a hole in the middle of the pill furnace. Seeing this scene, everyone started to shout frantically in their hearts, thinking that Chun Xiang had gone crazy to actually damage his pill furnace at this time. Bang! Chun Xiang then pierced through another hole in the middle of the other side of the pill furnace and then created another 2 holes on both sides of the furnace. Chun Xiang's actions made everyone puzzled, but Chun Xiang quickly told them the answer. The flames inside the pill furnace were still burning. Although there were 4 holes, the flames inside the furnace did not leak out, only seeing that Chun Xiang had quickly filled the holes at both sides of the pill furnace with profoundie fruites and some supporting medicinal herbs. At the same time, he had also used a secret technique to quickly fill the holes at the bottom of the pill furnace with immortal energy. Although there were holes on the pill furnace, they were all sealed by Chun Xiang. The light rays from the holes were burning the roots of the trees, while the dregs were shooting out from the mouth of the furnace and into the sky. It was truly a quick method. Everyone could see that this broken pill furnace seemed to have some sort of mysterious power. It was crazily devouring immortal energy to strengthen the flames, and the speed at which the elixirs melted was extremely fast. All of the impurities sprayed out from the top. After the spirit medicine in the furnace melted, it rushed to the top layer of the furnace and slowly condensed into a pill there. And at this time, Chun Xiang once again poured the spirit medicine into the center layer. He actually wanted to continuously refine the pill. He really wanted to know what kind of evil power Chun Xiang used to be able to defy the heavens. This was the first time he had seen this kind of pill refinement technique, and he had never even heard of it before. Hou Feixiao's current gaze could kill. His face was full of jealousy and anger. This was purely because of his own mental state. He could not bear to see others in such a state. He was strong, but in the sacred Dan realm, the alchemist was the king, and Fan Yakin's pill refining skills were much more profound than his. Even Lin Shi was much stronger than him. If not for the fact that Fan Yakin was injured, her strength would also have already far surpassed his. And now, in Fan Yakin's and Lin Shi's shop, there was actually such a heaven-shocking and heavenly-looking alchemist. Even Ho Fei Xiao had to admire his pill refining skills. The biggest drawback of using heavenly alchemy to convert immortal energy into fire was that it consumed a lot of divine power. Furthermore, the fire was not his own, so he needed more control over it, so using it for a short period of time wouldn't be a problem. Although Chun Xiong's furnace was full of big holes, there was not a single bit of qi leaking out from within. The entire furnace was extremely smooth, which was truly amazing. The fire within the pill furnace was intense, and from the holes, one could see the raging fire inside, while the surrounding immortal qi was still pouring into Chun Xiong's pill furnace. The fire within the pill furnace was intense, and from the holes, one could see the raging fire inside, while the surrounding immortal qi was still pouring into Chun Xiong's pill furnace. Chun Xiong knew that his own divine power wouldn't last long. If he kept at it for too long, a large amount of his divine power would be consumed. Given his current situation, he needed to maintain about half of the power in his body in order for him to be able to avoid danger. Come in. Chun Xiong waved his hand and grabbed towards the pile of spirit herbs. Then a huge hand formed from white mist appeared in the air and grabbed all the spirit herbs used to refine Qi Shindan and moved them all to his furnace. Then he began to crazily stuff the spirit medicine into the furnace, and at the same time seeped his divine power into the inside of the spirit herbs, allowing the flames to burn outwards from the inside. The spiritual herbs that had just entered the pill furnace quickly turned into mist, and rays of light filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiong had already stuffed dozens of sets of medicinal ingredients into the furnace, causing the medicine aura S to condense in the furnace, causing the light clouds to become even stronger. The light beams coming out from the holes in the pill furnace quickly weakened, because Chun Xiong had already condensed the pill. However, the moment the pill was formed, the light beams were extremely bright and gushed out again. This way, Chun Xiong could condense pills quickly and continuously. This method almost made many alchemists kneel. As long as it was alchemist, there was no one who did not want to reach this level. Chun Xiong's pill refining skills were strong to begin with, and he had an extraordinary talent. Now that he had cultivated the heavenly alchemy, he had once refined countless mountains and vast lands into pills. Of course, this was also his peak level of alchemy. If he was asked to refine a high-grade ground-level pill, he would probably not be able to do so. But he also planned to try it again when he had the time and use the method to refine a Qi Shindan. Many people were jealous and envious. Even though it was clearly an abandoned elixir, it was still able to concoct such a pill and refine it so quickly. This made many alchemists upset about the abandoned elixirs that they lost back then. In just 2 hours, Chun Xiong had refined all of the abandoned Profoundie fruit. There were 400 of them in total, and all of them were successful. I must buy one of these Qi Shindan. Who knows, this person might become a pill saint in the future. I have to buy them too. It looks like he's going to win. All these Qi Shindan will go to him. Who can calculate for me? How much is his Qi Shindan worth? What is he doing? A person suddenly shouted in alarm. Chun Xiong came to Zhang Yanqing's side and actually picked up Zhang Yanqing's medicine and started to refine pills using his crazy method just now. There was a rule that stated that if the person who refined the first medicinal herb had more medicinal herbs, they could use it to refine the other party's medicinal herb. However, everyone felt that it would be better for Chun Xiong because Chun Xiong gave more pills and the quality was better than Zhang Yanqing. This action was equivalent to fiercely stepping on the faces of Zhang Yanqing and Ho Fei Xiao. which made them extremely furious. Especially Hou Feixiao. He had wanted to attack Qin Xiang multiple times, but he knew that if he did so, he would be mocked by the crowd in the future. Zhang Yanqing still had more than 300 pills that he had yet to refine, and they had all been refined by Qin Xiang at his fastest speed. After another 2 hours, Qin Xiang had used up more than half of his divine power and innate qi, but he had still managed to refine more than 2,000 qi shindan, causing the two's medicinal ingredients to be completely refined. Zhang Yanqing looked at his own few qi shindanes, then looked at Qin Xiang's big basket of qi shindanes, clenched his fists, and a wave of jealousy and hatred rose in his heart. He was the future pill saint of the great sacred Dan realm, the #1 young alchemist. Yet he had lost so miserably. The victor had already been decided long ago, so no one was surprised at this moment. "You've lost," Fan Yakin said excitedly. For Qin Xiang to be able to refine all those abandoned spirit herbs into 2,000 qi shindan, this level was something that no one in the entire sacred Dan realm could match. Zhang Yanqing angrily looked at Fan Yakin and especially at Qin Xiang's calm expression, making him the most furious. He had defeated, but he was not happy at all, as if winning against him was something insignificant. He had never been looked down upon so much before. Hou Feixiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He walked out of the sedan and slightly frowned. "I have never heard of your name before. Are you an alchemist? Or was it that Fan Yakin had invited them today?" Qin Xiang said, "I'm just a nameless junior. It's normal that you don't know me. I joined the Shi Pavilion 3 days ago. As long as you are an alchemist, you can accept the challenge on behalf of the Shi Pavilion. This doesn't count. You just arrived." Hou Feixiao's eyes flashed. Anyone could see the light of annihilation in his eyes. He was actually going to act shamelessly. "Why doesn't it count?" Fan Yakin was slightly angry. "I admit that I have underestimated your Shi Pavilion. I originally thought that all of your alchemists were a bunch of unranked fellows. I didn't know that your Shi Pavilion had such an alchemist. Otherwise I would have invited even better alchemists to compete with you." Hou Feixiao laughed complacently. "So you're saying that you're asking Zhang Yanqing to challenge our group of unrated people. Is that also telling us that Zhang Yanqing is unranked?" Qin Xiang sneered. "I think that a few skilled alchemists would be able to tell that this is my first time refining a qi shindan, and at the very most, I can only refine a middle-grade ground-level pellet. According to what I know, this alchemist you invited can refine a heaven-level pellet." Zhang Yanqing was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. Hou Feixiao's face froze as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Arrogant fellow, I'll smash your mouth to pieces today." While talking, Hou Feixiao's fists were like lightning. It was wrapped with a layer of terrifying golden mist. It looked to be a very powerful trap. On top of it were many sharp thorns. It looked extremely terrifying. "Stronger than a fist?" Qin Xiang laughed inwardly, and without dodging at all, he actually punched out to receive it. And his aura was even more overbearing than Hou Feixiao's. Hou Feixiao suddenly attacking Qin Xiang was already within many people's expectations. Previously, Hou Feixiao had done many of these things, but Fan Yakin had always been at such a disadvantage. When everyone saw the golden THORNY fist, they thought that Qin Xiang was done for, but after seeing Qin Xiang's fierce counterattack, they were all shocked. This seemingly weak alchemist. Her strength was actually this strong. Bang! The two punches clashed, causing a loud sound to ring out. The ground trembled for a moment, then crackled with a crackling sound. Hou Feixiao's arm seemed to have some sort of explosion. The flesh and bones within cracked and shattered, and flesh flew everywhere. "Ah!" Hou Feixiao cried out miserably as he cried out in pain. "It's the power of chaos." "Who the hell are you? How do you know how to use the power of chaos?" The little bit of chaotic force that Qin Xiang used was something that he had absorbed from Fan Yakin's body. Although it was only a little, after he mixed it with the dragon power, it unexpectedly had an unexpected effect and directly subdued this Ho Fei Xiao. The little bit of chaotic force that Chen Xiang used was something that he had absorbed from Fan Yakin's body. Although it was only a little, after he mixed it with the dragon power, it unexpectedly had an unexpected effect and directly subdued this Ho Fei Xiao. The few experts who were protecting Ho Fei Xiao rushed forward, but were stopped by Ho Fei Xiao. Let's go! Those who could use the power of primal chaos definitely could not be trifled with. Although Ho Fei Xiao was rude and unreasonable, his grandfather had often reminded him so, especially when he met people with no known surname. How could Ho Fei Xiao forget about his previous pill refining skills? The chaotic mountain was very big. Although it was very chaotic right now, and the Super Yuan mountain was the strongest, there were still many experts in the chaotic mountain, especially some great alligators or Danamortales. In the chaotic mountain, there were only a few people who were familiar with how to use the power of primal chaos. Therefore, even if Ho Fei Xiao suffered a huge loss, he could not continue on. Zhang Yanqing and Ho Fei Xiao were escorted by the elders, and before they left, Zhang Yanqing looked at Qin Xiang with a gaze that made everyone's hearts tremble. The danger of the Shi-Yi Pavilion had finally been resolved. Qin Xiang gave Fan Yakin 1,000 Qi Shindan, and Fan Yakin did not want them for free. He gave Qin Xiang a lot of medicinal ingredients and high-quality pills, such as those high-quality ground-level S and 5 elements, profound Dan S. After exiting the city, he rushed towards the Zilan mountain valley. Before he left, he also warned Fan Yakin and Lin Shi to be on their guard against Ho Fei Xiao and to escape the moment things went wrong, even if there were mountains ahead of them. These guys are really annoying. I knew it would be like this. Chen Xiang did not change his appearance. Instead, he left the city the day he competed with Zhang Yanqing in pill refining, which was why he was followed. But Chen Xiang did it on purpose. If he was to leave the city quietly, no one would notice him. Like he had expected, Zhang Yanqing and Ho Fei Xiao were here. He had disguised himself and followed behind the 2 old men. It seems like they don't have any intention of plotting against you, Long Shui said. Could it be that they wanted to confirm that you had left the Heaven's sacred city and then make their move against that young couple? Bai Yuyu laughed coldly. This is our chance to get rid of them and prevent future troubles. That was why he was able to change his appearance and lure all of them out. However, he felt that Ho Fei Xiao and the others must have followed him for some other reason. This Super Yuan mountain really does have some strength. The 2 old fellows that they sent out are not weak either, and should be able to match up to those Sage Realm experts. If you don't use magical corruption gases, you won't be able to kill them. Long Shui said, They are indeed very strong. If I move further away from the Heaven's sacred city, would they attack me? Although he had a different idea. 1. Tai now, if he was discovered using the magical corruption gas, it would harm Fan Yakin and the others greatly. Qin Xiang used Heaven Tour method, allowing his own spiritual will to transform into an invisible spirit body, and floated out, approaching and eavesdropping on the people following him. After leaving the Heaven sacred city, Ho Fei Xiao and the others who were following him suddenly increased their speed and approached him. This fellow is not from our chaotic mountain. He uses the power of chaos that he does not. Fortunately, the 2 elders were able to see through it, so we can act against him and force him to hand over that pill refining method. Ho Fei Xiao laughed sinisterly. I have solved it. I'm not afraid of that brat Fan Yakin anymore. Lin Lian will be mine sooner or later. Then let me kill him with my own hands. Originally, his fame had plummeted when he lost to Qin Xiang, which made him even more furious at Qin Xiang. You guys should move faster. Don't forget that we still have to go to the meeting. You, Great Elder Primordius, is waiting for us. An elder said indifferently, Is that meeting important? When Grandfather sent the message back, his voice was very serious. Ho Fei Xiao said, It's important. It's related to the treasures in Chaotic Mountain. You should know that a group of people suddenly came over from another world some time ago, and those people were strong and weak. All of the big shots in the different forces have a map. An elder said, "It is said that Chan Xiang, who caused great losses to our chaotic mountain in the past, came over at that time and killed many people of our super Yuan mountain. I heard that Du Yanyao from the Du family is his good friend." Ho Feixiao could not help but reveal a trace of jealousy on his face. But to think that he would fall in love with leader's grandson's eyes, this guy refused to back down in the slightest, and insisted on S. N. ATC, hang it away from me. After hearing their conversation, Chen Xiang could immediately guess that the broken map was the piece of stone in his hands. The piece of stone was hidden by the ancestors of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and now that one had fallen on his body, it meant that the ancient powers had obtained a complete map. "Let's do it from the front," Ho Feixiao said. After Qin Xiang heard this, he quickened his pace and entered a forest at the side. This made Ho Feixiao and the others anxious. Just as they were unable to see Qin Xiang had activated the power of the spatial laws within his body, allowing himself to travel through S.P.A.C. to stay away from Ho Feixiao and the others. However, the perception body he released before was still staring at Ho Feixiao and the others. Ho Feixiao had such a strong killing intent toward him, and he even planned to kill Fan Yakin and the others mercilessly. He's in the forest. There's traces of his aura here. He's on guard. It seems like we've been discovered. Chase him. An elder said anxiously. This was an aura that Chen Xiang had intentionally left behind, and it was something he had done to delay them. "Little naughty dragon, hurry up and use the Heaven Tour method and use the fastest speed possible to go to Zilong Mountain Valley." Bai Xing was a starry sky white tiger race. After awakening the inheritance of her memories, she had become very strong. If she were to come here, even if she could not beat the two elders, but if she were to summon her stars, she would definitely be discovered by the white tiger. As long as the white tiger arrived, he had nothing to be afraid of. I wonder if the big white cat can sense it. Long Shui knew what Qin Xiang was thinking and muttered a few words before immediately following Qin Xiang's instructions. Her divine power was stronger than Qin Xiang's, and her Heaven Tour method was also much stronger than Qin Xiang's. An old man from the Super Yuan Mountain shouted at Qin Xiang, "Don't run. We have no ill intentions towards you. We only want to invite a person like you to our Super Yuan Mountain as a guest. We will definitely treat you as an important guest. Even a fool wouldn't believe you." He continued to flee in all directions in the forest, trying to buy as much time as he could so that Long Shui could find Bai Xing. Moreover, they had chased him for so long. They could only occasionally catch a glimpse of Chen Xiang's shadow, which made them extremely impatient. Moreover, they had chased him for so long. They could only occasionally catch a glimpse of Chen Xiang's shadow, which made them extremely impatient. Had just refined so many qi Shindan that he could finally use one now to recover his innate qi and divine power. Even if he were to eat one, he would be able to rely on the power of the spatial laws to travel through S, P, A, C, and circle in the forest when facing powerful old fellows. They did not use their fastest speed because Ao Ho Feixiao and Zhang Yanqing could not keep up with their speed. However, if they were to lose sight of Ho Feixiao and Zhang Yanqing, they would be worried that these two juniors would be set up again. Now that they were stuck in a dilemma, they definitely couldn't withdraw because their actions had already been discovered. If they couldn't take down this person in front of them, who knew what kind of revenge they would take? The two old men had lived for so long that they were able to see the origins of the person they were pursuing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that supreme pill refining technique and chaotic force that even they couldn't cultivate. Chen Xiang, Ho Feixiao, and the rest of the four walked around the forest for more than an hour, causing the two old fellows to wish that they could destroy the forest. But they could not guarantee that they could kill Qin Xiang. Their original goal was to capture Chen Xiang alive and force him to reveal the secret manuals for refining pills. But they no longer had that thought. They only wanted to kill Qin Xiang quickly. "Elder, Why hasn't he left the forest? Is there a trick here? Ho Fei Shao said worriedly. He was already out of breath, and using all his strength, he and Zhang Yanqing could only barely keep up with the two elders. No, he didn't know that we were following him. He only found out later that he was fighting against us in this forest, because he wanted to find an opportunity to kill you too. The elder's words scared Ho Fei Shao. Why don't we go? Ho Fei Shao clenched his teeth, although he wanted to kill Qin Xiang very much. But he suddenly felt that his life was in danger, and could not help but feel afraid. He had lost an arm to Qin Xiang, so he was very clear that the elder did not speak ill of him. His arm had also only recovered from the treatment of some precious medicine. Now that he saw that the person in front of him was so difficult to deal with that the two elders were unable to take him down, he felt scared. If this person doesn't die, then we will be in trouble in the future. He is currently fighting with us, and he did not use the fastest speed. Moreover, he has an extremely strong concealment ability. If we let him go today, then once you guys leave Super Yuan Mountain, it will be very troublesome. Su Yin said in a low voice. The elder said. The other elder nodded in agreement. This person is constantly maintaining his peak state. He's keeping an eye on the other two. Zhang Yanqing's face paled as he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Clan Elder, does that mean that he's purposefully fighting with us because he wants to kill the two of us? That's right. However, you don't have to worry. As long as the two of you are by our side, it will be difficult for him to have a chance. Qin Xiang was extremely calm, and he had the same thoughts as the other two elders. He must kill the 4 people who were chasing him. Otherwise, Fan Yakin would be in deep trouble in the future. We got in contact with the little white cat. She just happened to leave the Zilong Mountain Valley. I have already used your voice to send a message to her. Long Shui said, wait until she gets closer to here before we can talk to her. Qin Xiang owed a debt of kindness to Bai Xing, allowing this lonely starry sky, white tiger race to know that she was not the bane of beasts. She also knew that he was a strong race and that he had given her great power. The distance from here to Zilong Mountain Valley was quite far, but Bai Xing was from there, so of course she had her heaven-defying abilities. She turned into a shooting star and flew towards the forest at a high alt. 1 toot. Qin Xiang dragged this group of people for another hour, and at this time Bai Xing had already entered the forest. When Qin Xiang's divine sense entered and saw Bai Xing, he immediately sent a sound transmission to her. Sister Bai Xing, quickly hide! Qin Xiang, I never thought that you would get into so much trouble the moment you arrived at the sacred Dan realm. Rest assured, you have done us 4 sisters such a great favor. I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Bai Xing's clear and sweet voice came out. 4 sisters. He only remembered the 3 sisters Yan Xilin, Yun Zhu, and Bai Xing. And Yan Yao, she's already one of us. Bai Xing replied with a chuckle, but there was a trace of a sigh in his laughter, because a major change had just occurred in Du family, and Yan Yao had also received a huge blow. After Bai Xing entered the forest, she immediately concealed herself. She knew that Qin Xiang's true strength wasn't very strong, but his potential was incomparably great. That day, when they thought that Qin Xiang had died, they couldn't wait to kill Primordius. Now that they found out that Qin Xiang was still alive and had created a big commotion, they were extremely happy. Currently, the people chasing me are Zhang Yanqing, Ho Fei Shao, and 2 elders from Super Yuan Mountain. I can take care of them, but those 2 elders are too troublesome. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Bai Xing, and Bai Xing slowly got closer to them. The starry sky white tiger race was a branch of the white tiger fighting race, and there must be a celestial slain method in the inheritance of memories so that they could dominate the star domain. Back then, the white tiger had also said that when he obtained the heaven-earth killing method, he would generously give it to the other powerful people to learn, allowing everyone to choose the most suitable sect to cultivate and pass on their legacy. Of course, at that time the white tiger was pass, said down to his friends, but later on, the descendants of his friends were all unfriendly towards the white tiger fighting race with many conflicts and their strengths were equal. Is it really this little demon? This is the grandson of Primordius, and his talent is not bad. If we kill him, Primordius will definitely be very angry. Bai Xing's voice carried a mischievous smile. I'm not the one looking for trouble with him. He's the one looking for trouble with me. Qun Xiang laughed. Sister Bai Xing, it's enough as long as you summon a small star down. As long as I distract the attention of the two old fellows and give me some time, I can kill off those two little fellows. Little star? Is that it? Speaking of which, I've never used it before. According to my inherited memories, that move was very powerful. I was worried it would affect you. Bai Xing was a little worried. If it was to summon a normal giant star, it would have to be done every 500 years. Bai Xing had already summoned it once last time, but the little star that Qun Xiang mentioned could be summoned frequently because that head was very small. But its power was not weak, it was a very powerful secret skill in the starry sky white tiger race. No, don't worry about it. Qun Xiang also knew the destructive power of the little star. He got quite a lot of information about the starry sky white tiger race from the white tiger. This was not Bai Xing's first time plotting against someone on his behalf. Last time at Heaven's Sacred City, she had summoned an extremely large star to hold back a group of strong warriors, allowing Qun Xiang to successfully obtain those Chaos Fire tokeness. This was not Bai Xing's first time plotting against someone on his behalf. Last time at Heaven's Sacred City, she had summoned an extremely large star to hold back a group of strong warriors, allowing Qun Xiang to successfully obtain those Chaos Fire tokeness. I'm starting. Take note. A little star that was only the size of a person was emitting a red light and fell down from the sky with a long red tail. That wave of extremely powerful star power was condensed inside the little star, and with an extremely fast speed, it rushed down, creating a terrifying pressure. In that moment, all the star power in the star domain was gathered together by a single force and then turned into a Ma. S of fiery red energy Rus. I plus ing towards that small star that was burning and falling at an even faster speed. When these two combined, the resulting shockwave was more than half of 18 layers. What is that? Under the rapid descent of the star attack, the two elders could clearly sense it. Hoo. The small star was not big, but it was very powerful. When it fell from the sky, the strong impact force broke a large part of the forest, and in the blink of an eye, the trees in the dense forest were all crushed into pieces of wood. Then it was enveloped by a red light. The blood-red glow carried an extremely high temperature. It broke apart the wooden log and ignited a raging inferno, causing the earth to violently shake and crack. Be careful! He had already sensed that the thing that had landed was extremely terrifying, and now it was already too late for them to escape. The two elders leaped up and released their vast power that was as vast as the sea. They punched out their strongest punch towards the falling little star. The power in their punches was like a raging river as they surged forward with frightening power. Boom! Oh. The terrifying fists of the two super Yuan Mountain elders smashed onto the small piece of meteorite. In that instant, a deafening explosion accompanied with a burst of water-like light that stirred up an incomparably berserk astral wind, swept across the entire piece of land, and the forest where Qun Xiang and the rest were in was even more severely damaged. There was some distance between this place and the Heaven's Sacred City, but everyone in the Heaven's Sacred City knew about it. Moreover, there were many powers near the Heaven's Sacred City, so this kind of earth-shattering event had already alarmed many big shots. Are you okay? At that time, Bai Xing had already hidden high up in the sky. She looked down at the ground that was filled with hot air and sent a sound transmission to Qun Xiang through the divine sense Qun Xiang left in her sea of consciousness. I'm fine. Qun Xiang walked on this land that was filled with ruins, completely unharmed. This was because just now he used the power of the spatial laws to travel to a sea that was separated from this place and hid within. However, he had used up a lot of his energy, so he could only hide for a short period of time. The two elders of the Super Yuan Mountain were powerful as expected. Not only did they destroy that small star, they also managed to preserve Zhang Yanqing's and Hou Feixiao's lives. If not for them breaking that meteorite in time, then if it had hit the ground, the power would have been even stronger. But they were hurt. Hou Feixiao and Zhang Yanqing sat paralyzed beside the two clan elders, with blood flowing from their mouths. There was even a silver white light barrier on their bodies that was used to protect them. Is this something that guy made? Hou Feixiao's face paled. He never thought that his opponent would be so powerful to actually be able to injure two elders of the Super Yuan Mountainess. It shouldn't be, because he has already disappeared. It seems like he is a meteorite that came from beyond the heavens. An elder was also uncertain. However, he still chose to believe that this was the power of nature. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. Zhang Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh. Even the heavens do not like him. Good. Hou Feixiao also laughed out loud. There's nothing left of you. Your soul is gone. Your death was truly tragic. This is the result of going against me. Just as they were laughing, Qin Xiang had traveled through SPAC and arrived behind Hou Feixiao. The moment Qin Xiang appeared, the scorching ground that had been destroyed by the meteorite was suddenly enveloped by a strong killing intent, causing gusts of fierce winds to blow between heaven and earth. Qin Xiang's killing Ji, D heart, crazily throbbed. The killing Ji, D heart's thought of killing, had turned the energy in his body into an extremely terrifying killing power. Combined with his D slain method, he had an even more brutal strength. Humph! Qin Xiang was like a D of death. The killing intent around his body was captivating. The white tiger glove on his fist was filled with killing intent, making him look like a D of slaughter. The two clan elders of the Super Yuan Mountain were so frightened by the killing intent that they retreated a few steps. But just as they reacted, Qin Xiang's fist that was filled with killing intent rushed towards the smiling Hou Feixiao. Bang! The fist directly went through the light barrier released by the immortal robe, violently SMAs. HI plus ing on Hou Feixiao's nose, causing his entire face to cave into the ground. At the same time, the boundless killing intent rushed out from the fist and poured into Hou Feixiao's body, destroying his body and turning it into black qi. After the fist landed on Hou Feixiao, its power did not diminish at all, but continued to sweep through him. It turned into a wave of energy which struck towards Zhang Yanqing and pierced through the silver light barrier before striking him in the chest, instantly killing him and turning him into a black mist. After killing two people, the terrifying murderous intent that had enveloped the world suddenly disappeared. In the past, Bai Xing was so shocked that she couldn't even speak, making her suspect that Qin Xiang was the battle D's reincarnation. Right now, she was sure that Qin Xiang was extremely familiar with their battle D's ancestor, the white tiger. When the white tiger killed people at the auction, it killed them in a single blow, turning their bodies and souls into black mist. Although the two of them were injured, they were still very powerful, and one of them punched over. The oppressive force caused Qin Xiang to be apprehensive. He anxiously stepped onto the shrinking step to dodge, and at the same time, the place had already turned into a huge pit. The SPAC had already collapsed and was self-repairing itself. What happened? The voice in the air was like a thunderclap, full of an oppressive aura. It's Primordius. Qin Xiang was shocked. The SPAC in the sky started to collapse, and a person walked out. This Primordius strength has increased by a large amount. Qin Xiang realized that this Primordius was much stronger than before. Grand Elder, your grandson was killed by this person. An elder said angrily.